Hey, welcome everyone. Welcome to Readings, Bible Sisters Readings. I'm Brooke and this is Stathi. How are you today, Stathi? He seems pretty quiet. Is he frozen up? Yeah, there you go. People, if you could please share us out, that would be much appreciated. I'm just doing the same thing.
You're on mute. There we go.
There we go. How are you today?
Morning. How's it going, mate? How are
Yeah,
you?
good.
Yeah, it is
Good.
With me? No, can you hear? 1, 2, 1,
Yeah,
2, 1, 2.
I can hear you. You can hear me. You can hear me, can't you?
I'm good. Let me do what you're doing. I'll do some sharing.
Okay. Yeah.
I can hear you. Yep. Yeah.
Yep. I'm posting out at the moment.
Yep. I can.
How is everyone? Who we got there? Who we got there in the comment section? I'm just sharing out at the moment. Okay. So, who we got there? Did you broadcast to your show, to your page? You should be able to do that at the top of the StreamYard. One sec. What's going on? Bit of technical difficulties there. Okay, how's everyone? Welcome. Live assistant readings. We have a few freebies to give away, but if you want a reading, exchange of energies. So please donate if you want a guaranteed reading. I'll just pin the post there. There we go. So people, I've been on for ages. A bit of a cold, a bit of a this, a bit of a that, a bit busy. Here we got there. Stathi seemed to have dropped off, but that's okay. It's okay. He'll be back. Technical difficulties. When he's got it sorted, he will be back on. So say hello. Who we got there? How we got there? Who wants to say hello? No one wants to say hello. Oh my God. People, you don't have to. Oh, that's right. I'm sharing me out. I'm sharing me out to me. There we go. Okay. So how's everyone? What have you been doing? Just waiting for Stathi to come back on. When he comes on, we'll come back on. But just pop a name in the comment section, people. Say hello. It's nice to see who's watching, who's out there. How have you all been going? Have you been going good? Have you been doing what needs to be done? Have you been going within? Have you been working on yourselves? Hey, Brianna, how you going, gorgeous? Welcome. How are you going? I've been off for a couple of weeks. I think the last time I was on was with Marantha. Just been having a bit of a cold lately. Bit of a cold. Anything's been happening? Just sniffle. A sniffle. So, what have you all been up to? Share us out, people. Much appreciated. That would be most most appreciated. So, how's everyone been feeling? Doing a lot of resting? Yeah, I've never had it. Oh, wait a sec. Everyone's had it. COVID virus is a cold virus. Yeah, I've got a cold now. But that's okay. Yeah, wouldn't trust the bloody test that they give you anyway. So, what is everyone else been doing? Who else is there? Say hello, people. Say hello. Say hello. This is the second time having it. I wouldn't worry about it. Don't give it too much attention, Brianna. Yeah. Wouldn't worry about it too much at all. How do you know? Doesn't matter. Okay, people. Still waiting for Stathi to get going. I'll start with a group reading for everyone. So take what resonates, and if what doesn't resonate, give it to Brianna. Why? 'Cause she's right there. That's it, Brianna. You don't mind taking one for the team. You're not going anywhere, are you? Second time of having it. You mean the first time it was just so good you were like, oh, I want to do that again. No? Yes? No? Oh. Okay, group reading for everyone. Take what resonates. You can take it, and what doesn't resonate, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Okay, people, the first card I have got for everyone is intuition, intuition, intuition. People, start paying close attention to intuition. Here's another thing. I was going to helping someone out at I was going to a funeral for a friend, and I had to take a couple of things, and then I was like, should I take this? Should I take that? Yeah, I should, shouldn't I? I was thinking, yeah, I could take this, I could take that, might need that, might need that. And so I was thinking, okay, yeah, well, I don't know if they need it. But you know what happened? Is I thought, well, I should take it. It was the intuition talking to me. And then just before I left, I got a message from someone saying, can you bring this and bring that and bring that? And I was like, well, that was exactly what I was thinking of bringing, because my intuition was saying, hey, get this ready, get that ready, get this ready. It talks to us all the time, people. So we have to start paying attention. We have to start listening to our intuition. It's there for a reason. It's there for our internal guidance. We need to be guided by it. So people, so I'm going to take action on it, okay? Because we're going to train these things. People sort of get mixed up. Is it my tuition or is it just me? You know, until we act on it. I've got the Shaolin Master, be graceful in movement and action, and another card. Humanitarian is saying it's time to take action. This is saying, people, that when the intuition comes a calling, we have to act. To learn the intuition, we have to act upon it. Okay, we have to act upon it. Otherwise, it's just a way. Otherwise, it's useless, isn't it? If the intuition comes a calling and we don't act upon it, then it was a waste of breath from our higher self, or whatever you want to call it. So, people, at the moment, start really listening to your intuition. It'll prompt you in little things. It's not always big things. Sometimes it can just be little things, like take this with you, take that with you when you're going out somewhere. Maybe I should get that ready, or maybe I should clean this up, or do this. It comes in on all these little areas. And what happens is, we don't want to do it with the little things. And this goes for a lot of us, our spiritual learnings, is we we wait till the big stuff happens, then we go, oh look, oh shit, I should listen to it then, or maybe it's like we wait till the shit hits the fan before we trade in these issues and wait for the big things. They wonder why we get it so hard. Okay, it's because we got to train these things in the small areas first. It's all about training in the small areas. People just want to wait to the big stuff, and then we fall apart, or the shit hits the fan, and then we're like, oh god, oh my god, intuition, where are you? I can really deal with you now, but that's what we're going to train it in the small things. So when the big things come, we prepared. It's like you get some people are like, oh no, I'm just in a real good spot right now. I'm all dandy, and it's like, well, what are you training at? What are you working on? Okay, because they're the perfect times. It's like, well, I don't need listen to my intuition because everything's just so synchronistic, everything's just going so great, and we're like that. But look, we've got to never give up the vigilance. We've got to never stop trying. We've got to never stop listening to it, because I've got to see things from a higher perspective at the moment. This is coming in inverted, talking about intuition. So this is saying that people are just looking at the small things, the inconveniences. When the intuition says, do this, do that, how about this, you need to take that, we're like, I can't be bothered. I can't be bothered doing that. That's probably just inside my head. And we're looking at how things inconvenience in the external. Okay, people, intuition is talking to us. It's time to step it up. Okay, you want to get it right in the big things, get it right in the small things. Always, 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 always. Okay. Because if we don't get it, this is what I was talking about before. I've just had a heap of confirmation cards come up under frustration, under see things from a higher perspective. This is why we've got to train these things in the small things. Okay, we're going to train them in the small things, because otherwise, when the big stuff comes, we're ill prepared. Okay, then we're stressing. Then we're going into survival mode. So it's very important to start to listen to the intuition in the little things and start training yourself and getting to know exactly what's going on. Because you get this all the time. People go, "Oh, look, no, I'm really good at the moment. Everything's beautiful," and it's like, yeah, but when things aren't beautiful, how are you then? This is a 24-hour, 24/7 training. Okay, if you're training in consciousness, if you're looking to expand, if you're looking to grow, this is 24/7. Okay, yeah, you can take an afternoon off and sit on Netflix if you want. Okay, brilliant, we'll do that. Okay, but the rest of the time it's game on, game on, game on, game on, game on, because we're the creators of our own reality, people. Okay, so this is saying, people, stop looking. This group reading is saying, people, stop looking at all the stuff that's happening around you. Okay, stop stressing about it and focus on your game. Okay, because everything happens for a reason. There's something to be learned in everything. So really, at the moment, it's time to tune into that intuition, people. Okay, because when things get tough and your intuition's not trained in, well, you're not screwed, but you're making it hard on yourself. Okay, and that's when you go, oh, this is the lessons. Do you want it to be an easy lesson, or do you want it to be a hard lesson? That's up to you. If you want it to be an easier lesson in the times where things are going all right, that's when we train. We train non-stop. Okay, that was group reading for everyone else. And the last card for the group reading is footprints. Actions have consequences. Be conscious of the imprints that you leave behind. Okay, that was a great reading. Take what resonates, what doesn't resonate. Give it to Brianna, because she said she would take it there for everyone. Didn't you say that, Brianna? Or did I just put words in your mouth? I think I just put words in your mouth, but you were there. It's all fun. Have you got anything for the collective there, Stathi?
I missed a lot of what you said. It's time. We're at a point of our self-realization, because it is all about self-realization. Time to look within and not hold on to that which is presented to you. A lot of getting lost with want to clear up the past or do shadow work, as but mentioned a lot of let the shadow present itself, but how much do you want to keep holding on to it? Be present. The energy is intense, but if you're focusing, and a lot has to do with where you're focusing, Where your focus is where you will get lost. Bring your focus back to yourself. It is a time to do a lot of inner work, and the only way we can do the inner work is by focusing within ourselves. What is it we're holding on to? How do we understand it? How do we look at it? What is it so we want to change from what has already happened? Can we change it? Do we want to? All of that is within ourselves. Things are occurring, but we have to know ourselves to realize how it's occurring for ourselves. As much as the collective, and we do what we can for the collective, it's about doing it for ourselves as well. So keep the focus within, allow the energies and feel yourselves, feel the body, how it feels while you're focusing on yourself. That's where we are at this point in time. So that's all I have. As much as you do for the collective, do for yourself.
Indeed. Okay, people. We have freebies to give away, but at the same time, people, exchange of energies. Please donate for a reading. Be much appreciated. Okay. I mean, that's why I come on. I haven't been on live for a while. That's why I come on live. It's like, wait a sec. StreamYard account's coming up for payment. Better get on and do some lives and pay for the StreamYard. No, I'm doing it all because I love you all. No, I'm doing it for every reason. Okay. I'll be realistic. Okay. So who's there? Say hello, people. Say hello.
Hello, Brianna. Everybody up. Hello, Francesca.
Francesca.
Yeah.
Hey, Francesca. Where are you from, Francesca? I went to school with a girl called Francesca. That was ages ago. Hey, Karina. Out of Cape Town. All right. Do you own a Cape? How could you not own a Cape and live in Cape Town? A really cool Cape. Although, in the movie, what's that? What's that movie with the cartoon characters, The Impossibles?
You've got me.
Oh, no. They had all these superheroes, and he wanted like a new thing with a. He went to get his super costume made, and he was like, "Oh, maybe this time cape." And the lady that makes all the super people's costumes said, "No cape, no cape." And she lists all these instances where there'd be a superhero and the cape would get caught in like a turbojet and he'd get dragged through, and all these instances where the cape would get snagged and it'd be the demise of the superhero. So she was like, "No capes." Um, Living Peru. Oh, nice.
No, I don't. I don't know it.
What?
What you were speaking of. I don't know that cartoon.
It was like one of those Pixar movies. Was it The Impossibles? I don't know. No idea. So who's there? Who would like a reading? Who would like to donate for a reading? Exchange of energies, people. No. Reading. Who would like to donate for a reading? Exchange of energies, people. So. Oh, okay. What we got there? Okay, we will run a number then. Between.
What time is it? It's early. Okay.
And. Okay, people. Well, who's here? Who's here? Who's here? We haven't got enough people here to run a number.
3 people.
Francesca, are you on mute? Are you still there? Who is our guest, Brooke? Oh, that's Stathi. Karina, what do you mean you don't know Stathi? He would have given you a grilling before. I mean, a reading. No, he's pretty direct. So here we got. We got Brianna. We got Karina, and we got Francesca. You still there? Okay, I'm going to do some mini readings for you girls. So, Brianna, we'll start with you. So, what's stopping you from moving forward at the moment, Brianna? Brianna, what's stopping you from moving forward? I've got the direction card and choose your path. This is your first card that's come up for you. This has come inverted under what you need to release. Okay, so this is saying that, like, there's things that you want to change, or, you know, sometimes we're like, oh yeah, but I don't know which direction to go into. I don't know what I feel like doing. I don't know what I want to do. I feel a little bit stuck. And, you know, usually when that happens, okay, for one, is it's impossible to be stuck. Okay, because the clock is always ticking. But usually when we feel like that, it's usually because there's something we're holding on to that we don't want to let go of, something we don't want to deal with, something we want to don't let go of. We feel stagnant. We feel like it's like, you know, we feel like we can't move forward. And why can't we move forward? We feel stuck because we're the one hanging on to something somewhere. There's something you're hanging on to at the moment. Okay, because it's time for you to release. It looks like there's a little bit of avoidance there, Brianna, on some parts. I've got, look, you know, in the center of the center card I pulled for you was the Shield Mania, make plans and focus. Okay, but the frustration card is almost come on like there's a little. This feels like comfort zones. This feels like we only want to push ourselves in areas that that we feel comfortable in. Okay, and if we always seek for comfort, we're gonna close ourselves off to a lot of stuff. Okay, because everything isn't all roses. Everything is, you know, expansion is coming out of that comfort zone. Okay, and now you're being asked to make some plans and going, okay, what am I going to do to make some plans to come out and start coming out of that comfort zone? Brianna, is on the cards for you, because the more you stay in your comfort zone, the more your heart's going to close down. Okay, and your heart's closing down in areas is because you're waiting for stuff to come to you, when in fact you should be opening your heart and you should be going towards some stuff. You should think, what can I do? You know, it's a time for you at the moment to be, what can I do? What can I do to help my situation? What have I got the power? What have I got the ability to do? What have I got the power to do? Okay, because I've got all these cards saying you choose your path. The main one is the Shield Maid, make plans and focus. Everything else in this reading is inverted. Heart closing down, not dealing with emotions, all this stuff. Okay, and a big action card that says a time to give rather than take, which means what can I do in my situation to assist me? Okay, but in the position it's in, it seems to be like it's waiting, 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 waiting. What are we waiting for? What are you waiting for? Are you waiting for everything else to change? Okay, this is part of the bullshit that spirituality teaches. It says, oh yeah, just put it out there and it'll come to you. Yeah, it does come to you, but at the same time, we can't sit on our butts and wait for everything to come to us. Okay, because then we're not creating. And we've got to create this stuff. It's time to create. And for part of you, Brianna, is looking at some of the emotions that are coming up for you, some of the triggers, the things that you're scared about. I remember I had to go to this. There was this one thing, this dinner, this which was like a mixer, a meter. Went years ago, and I spent like years driving trucks at night, so I was very isolated. And then I went to this group, what was it? It was a singles lunch at a pub in South Australia, and had about 30 people that were all single going. And I, all the way there, I was trying to talk myself out of going. I didn't want to go because it was out of my comfort zones, even to the point where I was in the car park at this place going, hey, I don't want to go. I don't want to go, because it was uncomfortable for me. But even until I knew that I could not succumb to staying in my comfort zones, I had to force myself. I made myself go because I knew if I listened to myself, I'd be like, just want to go back into my comfort zone. And I had to push past that. I knew I had to push past it. There's some things that you need to acknowledge, Brianna, at the moment. There's some things that you need to get in contact with. There's some things about yourself. Start asking why. Why am I feeling this way? Start asking yourself, what am I scared about? Okay. And even if we don't have to be a superhero. But sometimes, Brianna, we're going to like set ourselves a goal. She'll maybe make plans and focus. This is when you can set yourself a goal a day, or a big goal a week, to do something outside of your comfort zone. Whether it be go and join a group, go and do something differently, get on some of the local spiritual pages for your local area, and go, okay, they're having an event. Let's go to the event. Okay, time to push yourself out of the box. Okay, because the less you do this, the more time you spend sitting on the fence, it's going to close yourself down. It's going to close your heart down. Okay? We don't want to close your heart down. We want to open your heart up. Okay, but making plans and make yourself some goals, Brianna. It's time to make yourself some goals. Okay? And tell you what you can do is make three things to do, three goals. So you can always get one of them. You can mess up and go, instead of beating up on yourself, go, yeah, but I hit two. I hit two goals. Okay. Your last word is a scorpion card. Your words can sting. Watch your tongue. Choose your words wisely. Okay. Watch what you're telling yourself. You're speaking about yourself at the moment. Okay. Okay. I hope that's a sister G. Brianna, over to Stathi.
You need to let go of a lot of things. And you you do hold on to a lot of things. You have so much to let go of, and it's not really about letting go. It's distinguishing the difference between uh, what one is and what one has, because anything that you have, in a sense, requires to be let go of. To go to the depth of that in itself is to understand when you're speaking and stating things and stating, I have. Okay, well, you have something good. Do you want to have it? Is that what you want? Why do you have it if you don't want it? So, how would one let go? Well, again, start looking at what you have. Do you really require it? Do you really want it? How much control does it have over you? So, how do you decide what to have? How do you decide what to go for to say, oh, I've got it now and I'll have it? Thanks, Mandy. Anybody else hearing me breaking in and out? Voice apparently is cutting in and out.
Yeah, it's good. Sounds good enough from here. I can hear you.
So
Maybe Mandy's just
Brianna,
fussy.
yeah, Mandy's always fussy. Brianna, you start looking at how you're speaking and how you're thinking, because a lot to do with your thoughts itself, a lot to do with what you're accepting. Uh, why have you accepted something and then state to have it? So a lot of things comes down to how you think and how you look at things. How open-minded are you? Brooke mentioned about stepping out of your comfort zone. What is your comfort zone? At what points have you actually come to and said, I'm comfortable here? That's what you need to get out of. What is that comfort zone? I mean, how much do we go into that? There's a lot of conversations to see what breaks you and what walls you've created for yourself to break past those walls. A lot of it is self-created. We do it to ourselves, and the first thing we need to realize is how we think, and our thinking itself is what is creating the story that we're experiencing while we're experiencing it. So careful of your thoughts, really. Come back to yourself. Look at what you have. Do you want it? Do you still want to have it? Do you require it? Is it assisting you? They're the things that we start to let go of. And just remember one thing. Doesn't matter what you think is you, but you've got to start looking at what is it that I have and start detaching yourself from that. And that will actually assist. The more we can detach from things, the lighter we become. I hope that assists you. Yeah. There's a lot more, Brianna, but there's a lot involved to let go. Yes, Mandy, it must be you. Where's my crystal? I got all those crystals that you see in front of you are from Mandy's. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and there's others you can't see in front.
Welcome to the Chris.
Mandy's our dealer. Mandy's our
Did you
crystal.
see that thing? What was it? There was a meme with Biden, and it said, "I'm a Catholic." Said Joe Biden. It said, "I'm a Catholic, and my son is a Crystal Methodist."
That one, I haven't seen that one.
Not that we endorse any of those people, but it is funny. Okay, we got enough people to run a number now. Okay, people, if you love exchange of energies and you trust in the universe and feel like to donate, you want a message and feel like to donate. But if you don't feel like donating, no judgment. And there is no judgment. But when I say it like that, it feels like there's judgment. Do you know what I mean? It's just, I'm just messing with you people. I just love messing, which gets me in a lot of trouble a lot of the time when I mess with people because they take it the wrong way. And then I'm like, oh, well, don't project your shit on me, man. I'm good. Okay. So, people, if we have a giveaway to give away, that's why it's called a giveaway. Pick a number between 20 and 35, and whoever gets the lucky number gets the lucky reading. Hey, caveman. How you going? You want to know your future. Oh, good on you, Matt. Good on you. You and your lottery numbers? Yeah, whatever.
Between 20 and 35 people.
That's right. I know that. Yeah. Yeah. People not interested in the future. Not interested in the future. We're here to watch it unfold.
Hey, caveman, what if I told you you are in the future? You just can't see it yet. You're living in your past, therefore you are only seeing your past. To understand what the future is, understand what your past is. There you go.
There you go. Couldn't have said it better myself. So between 20 and 35 people, if you have not had a reading. Was it hard for you, Amanda? Did that take some effort? What's wrong? Have you given up smoking or something? Amanda, it's frustrating. Typing in stuff like that. Keep guessing, people. Well, if you didn't write in anything, Mandy, we wouldn't have known that you'd gone anywhere. We thought you just would have been being quiet. So that's on you, Mandy. What's the number again? Oh, yeah, I know. Starts with a 2 or a 3, doesn't it? Keep having a go, people.
No. Yotata ushino samoto yoka in shatata yonoman achakionos.
Okay. Have another guess, Pete. Oh, I see. Someone's got it.
We have a winner.
We do.
We have a winner.
We do have a winner. It would be Bonnie. Going to Bonnie Doon. We're going to Bonnie Doon. Okay. Number was
We have
23.
a winner, people. What'd you do? You just removed the name.
Yeah, I'll get it back.
Not from this end, Cal. We see it's from our end. Our end is going to be different from your end.
Yeah, it comes onto the server. So let me just go through the StreamYard server.
Yeah, it's Bonnie. From our end, Cal, you're directly after Bonnie. Bonnie is first from my end.
Yeah, Kel, hang around. Hang around, Kel. Just hang around, Kel. You never know. Bonnie, I don't know what's happening. You're looking at the moment, but it's looking like every time that you get drained, every time that you get a bit worn, okay, you go back into reaction mode. You go back into the old ways of doing things. Okay. What's come up for you at the moment is patterns have come up. pattern. Okay. When something comes on your plate, when it's the time that you should just take a big breath, step out of it, okay, and reassess situation, seems to be that you are going into reaction mode. Running worst case scenarios in your head. Okay. This is projection. This is what we do. We go into reaction mode when we start projecting. Okay. We actually project our fears. We project our desires. We project this onto all people, and this is the way we start to interact with them. And at the moment, it's about being very mindful of what's coming out of your mouth, okay, and how you're handling certain situations at the moment, okay. Because if you want things to change, it's not about changing. It's not about the situation changing. Going, oh, when's this going to work out? That's about you changing, because you create the reality around you at the moment. This is about you breaking the cycles and you breaking the patterns at the moment, coming out of the cycles and the patterns. It's going cold. Thank you, brother. Because the moment I got you keep going back, and I've got, look, your main action cards are saying, is a travel card moving in your direction. That card's saying, hey, things are going to change. You're going to change things. Things are going to change up. So this is about knowing one's self. Okay, because when we go through all the stuff that we go through, and we let circumstances dictate our attitudes, the way we handle stuff, we're in victim mentality. And you're more powerful and more knowing than that at the moment. Okay? The bottom of your main pile, prosperity lies ahead, but that's waiting. That's waiting for you to get out of reaction mode. So what are you doing at the moment when something happens? Are you reacting to it? You've got to pull yourself out of it. Third person at the moment, Bonnie. Get the third person. Come into that heart space. Because it seems to be there's too much stuff that you're taking on board. You're taking other people's projections on board, and then you're projecting at them. And then we go around in circles, and we go around in circles, and we go around in circles. And this is not just other people's projection. This is the societal norms being projected as far as saying, like, the laws, the finances, all this stuff, health, everything. It's all projection. Time to stop reacting to it. Time to reclaim your sovereignty. Time to reclaim your power. And at the moment, the way things are, the universe is going to sit back and go, you know what? I can keep piling shit on until you get it. We can do this all life. We can do this for the next 20 lifetimes, the next 100 lifetimes. The universe is funny like that. Okay. It's not like, oh, we're aware now, so hey, it's all good. This lifetime's going to cruise and blah, 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 blah. No, we're going to do in the work. We're going to put in the work. Okay. We have to put in the work, and the work is you knowing what's going on and you breaking some of these patterns and getting out of the reaction. Well, you know why you react? Because you're in your mind. The mind's running the show. The I am, the ego is running the show. The intellectual, the ego, it's the showrunner. It's running your system. That's the autopilot that you've chosen to run on. That's the program that you've chosen to run on. Do you want to break the programming? That's up to you. To do that, we're going to come out of our thoughts. Okay, so Stathi over here talks about breaking the program of the mind, because until we do that, we're still in the matrix. We're still victims of our reality. But most people want to do that. Most people want to do. They want things to change without. They want things to change on their terms. It doesn't always work that way. Okay? Because the traveler card is your main card, moving in a new direction. This is the same man. How's it working for you at the moment? Is it working? Is it not working? I want to, change things up a bit. But at least get out of just the first thing we can do in your situation is stop reacting to stuff. Step back. Okay? Come from the heart space and have a good think about stuff. And you know what? We don't always have to respond. We don't always have to react. When we feel like we've got to say something, oh, that happened to me. Rah, rah, rah. First thing we do is we can still think those thoughts of what we want to say, but we don't go through and go rah, rah, rah. Okay? Time to bite the tongue. Time to retreat, recharge, to ponder on it. Okay? So that cycle has come up for you. And if you work on that aspect of yourself at the moment, things will start to shift, things will start to change, things will start to take on a positive note because you'll start to see things clearer. Okay, Bonnie, I hope that's assisted you.
Hi, Bonnie. Bonnie, what do you do? Do you do readings? Do you do anything along those lines? Do you do healings? What is it you do? If you do any of those. So I've seen you on the show before, but her name as well. Leatherus, Bonnie Leather. A lot there. There's something there, Bonnie, which I want to respond to your last message. I wasn't. I was going to go somewhere along those lines. Hurting oneself is the one thing that we don't want to do, and we cannot decide another's feelings or another's opinion to what is occurring. Um, as we make choices for ourselves, and we know that they're right for us, and there is no intent external or to anyone. What we're doing is making choices that are completely right for us. Now, how someone reacts to me speaking what is right for me and doing what is right for me is none of my business. Um, if I keep focusing on how somebody else is going to respond or react to what I'm doing, I might as well be that somebody else because I'm not living a life. Well, am I living? Question all of that. Everyone at this moment, and it is a collective thing that is occurring, we all need to let go of old patterns. And there's a lot of patterns out there that we're so accustomed to, we don't even realize that we've programmed ourselves to react in certain ways. It is all our thinking and all our programming over our experience. Um, the more we start to look at ourselves and the more we start to question what have we been doing? What is it that we have been doing? Why have we been doing it? Why are we thinking in the way that we're thinking? Why do we think this way? Why is it more important to focus on how somebody else feels than how I feel? Why is it always something else more important than oneself? And that's a real deep question to ask oneself, and this is for all. Um, at what point do we start to take care of ourselves and make decisions that are right for us? There is a lot out there that tells us, don't do this, don't do that. Oh, what about what we want and what is right for us? How do we start to work with that? How do we say to ourselves, enough? That's not right for me. This is what is right for me. And at what point does one decide for oneself to say, I don't care what you think. I don't care what you think about what I'm saying. I don't care what you think about what I'm doing. I don't care what you believe. You're entitled to it. Don't tell me that this is going to be my reality. At what point does one ask oneself? And how does one understand oneself's own reality when everything that one thinks of is what one has been told? So, at what point can you acknowledge who is thinking? Is it your thoughts or is it what you've been told? How do you get to understand who you are? So, as much as this is collective for all of us, um, for yourself, Bonnie, at what point do you decide what is right for you? I can sit here and say to you right now, at this point, as you've just written, and yes, you make the choice. And once you've made that choice and made that decision and realize that this is the decision that is right for you, whatever it is that happens around you is not your business. No, your intent is not to go and harm anyone, but if someone's hurt because they don't like the fact that you no longer are interested in something that you used to be interested in, well, that's, I mean, I can go to a lot of things. I'm trying to keep it as simple, but again, we make our choices. If we're making our choices and thinking about how someone else is going to feel, well, we're not really making choices for ourselves because we're using somebody else as an excuse to make it to not make a choice for ourselves. So again, this is where we have to be strong, make the decisions that are right, acknowledge. That is something that one has to walk through. One has to go past that fear, find those fears, and once you acknowledge the fear, well, what is it? To confront things. It's not things you're confronting because an object itself cannot have a response to how you confront it. But when you're speaking about confronting an individual, well, what power does the individual have over you? So is the thing, if you're saying a thing and it's just an object, how can an object have power over you? What are you choosing for yourself to say this thing has power over me? This is our choice. Is somebody saying to you that they have power over you? Is someone telling you that you can't do this or that? I'd be questioning who this individual is that would be doing that and be looking at a lot deeper to understand what's going on. So the only person that is telling you not to confront is yourself. It's your own thought. Back to yourself. Come back to yourself and realize that, well, I'm not going to know what's going to happen until I actually deal with it. So the only thing you're doing is creating the possibilities in your mind, and you're the only one that's doing that and not responding because you're thinking that this is going to happen. Don't think about what's going to happen. Acknowledge that you're going to go and do exactly what is required to do. Whatever occurs, this is where we have to man up, as we say, and stand up and say, well, it was the right thing to do, or I could have done it differently. Either way, it's done now. So we make the choices, Bonnie. No one else can make the choices for us. How somebody responds, that's not our business. We will have to deal with that for ourselves afterwards if there is something that we're required to. But if you're required to confront or to approach something and to deal with something, you're the only one and it's only you that is creating that thought in your mind to stop yourself from doing it. And so that's what we have. We come back to ourselves. Why are you doing this to yourself? Why, no one else is telling you not to do something other than yourself. So this is where we stand up and we say, okay, well, I'm going to do this, and we'll find out what happens. Until it happens, you won't know what's going to happen. I can say many things could happen, and that's a possibility of many things happening. But so the one that will happen would be the one that you will be aware of at the moment as it's occurring. Not what you think is going to happen, but that which you're aware is occurring as it's occurring. Hope that helps, buddy. Good morning. Oh, it's actually good afternoon here.
Cool.
Is Brooke sick? No, he's just Brooke.
Yeah, I'm the one. I'm the Brooke meat suit with the consciousness perceiving the Brooke experience.
You're on mute? No? Can't hear you.
Can't you hear me?
No, can't hear you.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
No? You guys hear Brooke? I cannot hear Brooke. Okay, well,
Yeah,
must be just me then.
they can hear me. Angelina, am I sick? Sick of what? Sick of those comments? I don't know. Yeah, I got a little bit of a sniffle. But on coffee therapy. Mm. Okay, Kel, you're up. People, please donate. Pay it forward. Donate. Exchange of energies. Donate for someone. You got money? Donate for someone else who hasn't got money. You want a reading? You either if you need a reading, donate. I mean, last time I went on a show, donated for a reading. Most readers will donate. Okay. That's how we keep the readers' economy going. Yeah, I can hear you. Chicken soup. I don't eat meat. Well, actually, I had meat. I haven't had meat in ages. It's been like so long I can't remember. And the other day, I made myself chili prawns. This felt like I needed protein, and I needed some meat. So I went out and bought a kilo of prawns and made myself chili prawns. Yeah. Oh, you still eat unicorn, don't you, Angelina? Okay, Kel. He's still there. Kel. Kel, say hello. Kel, things are going to be how they're going to be. Okay? When all we worry about is how we want things to work out, we start thinking that we need all these things to complete ourselves. When's this going to happen? When's that going to happen? Get out of that mindset. So where's the mindset anyone can be on? When's this going to happen? When's that going to happen? When's this going to happen? Why? Because it means you're in your mind. It means you're in the past. It means you're in your thoughts. It means you're not present. You're living your life somewhere else than where you should be living it, because we should all be living it in the moment. And most people spend 99% of their life not even engaging in it, in their minds. If you're thinking about the past, if you're thinking, you're in your mind. And if you're in your mind, you're not present. Okay? There's the big spiritual secret. Rule number 1, break the mental prison of the mind. Get out of your thoughts. Get out of your mind. Break out of your mind. Yeah, it sucks. It sucks going through rock bottom. Okay, let's see what we can have for you, which is good, because the only way's up, Kel. The only way is up. Okay, which means you're in a perfect place. You're in a very lucky place, because these are the catalysts we need to move forward. These are the catalysts that we need for change. So we can look at it as we've all been there, Kel. Trust me, we have all been in horrible places. The good news is we can only move forward from there. We can't sink any lower, so the only way is up. So let's see if we can find you some advice that will assist you at the moment, Kel. At the moment, Kel, you need to stop feeling sorry for yourself. Because when we go, woe is me, this sucks, here I am, life couldn't get any worse, right? Guess what we're putting energy into? We're putting energy into the negative. And look, I'm not, it's hard. It's hard, Kel. It's hard when we're in a spot like that. But what we need you to do is we need you to break free. Okay? We need you to turn the negative into the positive. Sometimes things, if we don't change them, they'll change for us. These are the realities we create. We 100% create our reality. This is not playing the blame game. This is just saying, okay, look, let's get into the driver's seat. See what we can do. Okay? Because you've been stuck in patterns. Patterns of the mind. Okay, I'm getting that you need to put, what's something that you can do in your current situation that would come out a positive, Kel? This is what you have to find. You have to find a step or two in front of you. Okay, what can I do in my current situation to move forward? What can I do? Where can I go? Okay, because there's something to learn in everything at the moment. This is put upon you as catalyst to help you learn, to help you grow. So what can you learn? Because sometimes we get ourselves into these things and then we go, well, it's me, it's not fair. Well, this is 100% catalyst for you at the moment, Kel. What you're going through now is 100% custom tailor designed for you as catalyst to see something, to make the changes that you need to change. People, as long as we see hate as the polar opposite of love, when we're not in love, is everything hate? When we're not feeling good, does that mean this is where people get messed up? They go, if I'm not feeling love and I'm not feeling joy, then I'm not happy. Okay? Is sad the polar opposite of happy? Or can't they just each be an experience that we're experiencing at the moment? Okay, because at the moment, whatever's going around you, Kel, this is time for you to shift your perception. Look at the big picture. Big picture, big picture. Look at the big picture, inverted. I've got set your sights higher, inverted. Where is your focus? What are you putting energy into growing? Wherever you put your energy, you're going to put more energy into that reality and build that reality at the moment. Where you put your energy. Because I've got the wise one down the bottom of your reading in your main pile. Grow within your current situation. These cards are saying, I'm saying to you, do you want to make it harder for yourself or do you want to make it easy for yourself? I've got all the cards in front of me, but you're the one that holds all the cards. Kel, you hold all the cards. Every single one of them. What card do you want to read next? Do you want a card that says, hey, this isn't fair, when's everything going to change? Or do you want a card that says, empower yourself and be the change? You can pick whatever card you want to pull out next. You can pull any card out of the deck that you want next because you're the creator. What do you want to create from here, Kel? It's up to us. So time to get in contact with your emotions and we'll go, why do I feel like that? This is when we trace it back. Oh, I feel like this because of that. Okay, can I change that? No. Am I what I feel? No. This is the prison of the mind. This is what we're here to escape. Because as long as circumstances weigh down on us and close us down, they become our reality. Time to change your reality here, Kel, then watch the reality around you change. Doesn't matter who it's for. I mean, there's always stuff. There's always stuff happening, Kel. There's always good stuff. There's always shitty stuff. There's always average stuff. There's always stuff. This is the story. Okay? But it's time to get deep down into what makes you tick. What emotions are you feeding at the moment? What emotions are you holding on to? What outcome are you attached to? We all like certain preferences and certain outcomes of what's happening. But at the end of the day, it's up to the universe how the future unfolds. We all have preferences. But if things have to be a certain way for you to feel good, you set yourself up for failure. It's hard. It's not easy. Well, you need to do what you can do for you. Okay? The burden of everyone else, that's not your fucking problem. Right? It's like a badge. We put a badge, oh, yeah, but I'm doing it for this and I'm doing it for that and everyone else. That's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. But we can't we can't overdo it and make that, then we start lying to ourselves and saying, I'm just doing it for everyone else in the future. And you do it for you. You get you right and you do what you need to do for you and you get that right. Because what we do is we put all this other stuff. Oh, I'm just doing it for this and it's for that and it's for this and that, and then we got this big weight we put on our shoulders. It's like a big justification for us to get things the way we want to, and you're weighing yourself down at the moment, Kel. You need to simplify. You need to be present. You need to be looking at what you're doing at the moment. And do that as it comes up. Get out of all the stories of I'm fighting for the whole world, I'm fighting for this, I'm fighting for that, that's all part of it. But we don't want to go into martyrdom. Okay? Because when we go into martyrdom, that's when we go into this. It's a fine line between martyrdom and narcissism. You start saying things and doing things that aren't you, that aren't positive, just because you can justify it by going, hey, but I've got to do this for everyone else. No, you don't. You just got to do it for you at the moment. You're going to bring it back to you. There's a lot to learn about yourself. Things are going to come up. And it's not about what's right, it's wrong. It's about what things are for you at the moment, Kel. What things are, what it is. What is it? You know, don't get too caught up in all the stories, because all you're doing is you're attaching heaps of emotion to it, heaps of pressure, and then you're building all this, you're bloating up. You're loading up stuff all around you, on top of you. Okay? So you've got this big weight to carry. Why do we do that? So we don't have to look at the other issues, the other emotions, the other reasons, the fact that, wait a sec, I feel powerless and yada, 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 you know. And then we go back into it and then we think, this goes back to other aspects of ourselves that you need to look at. Because there's a massive catalyst here and it can go two ways. You can bury yourself in the story and gloss over you and use it as, this is my badge, this is my shield to wear, you know, my burden to wear. And then you'll get through it one way or another, because nothing lasts forever. Or you can use this to know who you are and what you need to fix with you. Or you can go external and play that game. Then you won't grow within your current situation. It's a massive learning thing you've got right now. Time to bring it in. Time to bring it in into your heart, into yourself, into your mind. And there will be dealings, external dealings, that you have to deal with it. But this to me, whether it be that way, or we are, yes, we are, just doing it does affect everyone else. But to me, saying that is a big red flag on avoiding oneself. Okay, and pushing oneself aside, not understanding oneself. Because we'll use that as a blanket, we'll use that as a detour to not have to deal with stuff about us. And this is a big catalyst for you to go and get in contact with you and start to know who you are at a deeper level. That's why we go through these big things, for multiple reasons. Don't make it about saving the world. It's going to be about saving you first and always, Kel. Otherwise, you'll just lose yourself in the story. So what can you do at the moment? This is all about what you can do for you at the moment. Stop worrying about absolutes on how things are going to turn out, how you want them to turn out. You've already put that out there into the universe, how you want things to turn out, how things to see. Okay? Get that out of your head now. It's done. It's dusted. It's written. Okay? Now to go and focus on you, because there's some things that you need to do for yourself, for your internal self. Some things you need to shift in here. This is about you growing, you understanding yourself. Okay? The external stuff's just the catalyst. How do you want to get through this? Do you want to use this to grow, Kel? Or did you want to use this to imprison yourself? It's up to you. Your last card came in inverted, which is interesting, which means this, to me, which means it's held in the balance. It's up to you. It's not an absolute. This is up for you to choose. The butterfly. Look at all signs of confirmation from above, loved ones, good ones all around you. This is a card of transformation. Transformation will happen. What will happen in the transformation depends on how you go about it. Okay, I hope this assisted you, Kel.
Um, Cal, listening in and just looking at the responses as well. Um, Brooke has mentioned a lot of things. Start with the bottom one. Fighting for justice. Look, I have no issues with that aspect of it, and I'd put a full stop there. I wouldn't work with the rest of it. Now, to understand justice in itself, because I am one for justice, and I do mean that, and that's something that I work on constantly. To be very clear about what justice truly represents and what it means. Um, justice also, we get another word. We use justice to justify a lot of actions. So, to truly understand what justice is, one really requires to understand oneself, because what we're aiming to justify is our actions. Now, what are our actions, though? Are our actions based on what we believe, what we've been told, how we've been told to do it, and how we've been told to respond? Um, is that justified? So, what is already happening in the world and how everybody is responding, would one consider that to be justified? Yeah, I'd be questioning what justice is. And we speak about future for. I can respect the term woman and girl, and I have a lot of respect for those words alone, and especially what's going on. But I won't focus on. I won't work on that, because that to me is just a distraction. Um, Everything that I see, other than this moment, and I can say to you right now, everything that you think is happening is exactly that. You think it is happening because they're telling you it is. Um, if you want to work on yourself and understand yourself and truly work for justice, I'd be looking at, what is it I've been told? Why have I been told this? Why have I been told that? Is this right? I mean, how do I know what rights is? Because all I'm doing is basing it on what I've been told. So if what you're doing is based on what you've been told and your experiences based on what you've been told, then that's where I start to question. And that's where I question myself, because how would I know what is justice? How would I know how to respond to a situation when everything around me is um, it's telling me that this is all justified? When for myself, what I observe, it's not justified. So who's going to tell me what is right and what is wrong? Who's going to tell you what is right and wrong? Who are you going to act for if you're not acting for yourself? If you're acting for yourself and you know it's right for you don't require anyone to justify it, nor would you require to justify it for yourself. It will be seen, it will be acted upon, it will be observable. How do we do that? How do we come back to ourselves to understand what it is that we're truly fighting for, what it truly represents, to not be attached to a story that is occurring and one making one's own? How do we understand that that which has happened has already happened and we can't undo it? Um, why? That's not my question. That's your question. My question is, why is the world the way it is? Can you answer that one for me? Many questions we can ask, and things don't always go the way that we want them to go. What do you want? When you understand for yourself if it is justice that you're after, well, you're not finding it here. Here is letting you know that everything happens for a reason. Why did it happen? What's the purpose of what happened? Why do you feel the way that you feel about the situation and the story that you're associating to? Well, that's what some people do. Why do you want to focus on what some people do? Why don't you focus on what you do? How about focusing on what you do right this moment? Is that occurring? What's actually occurring right now? Not in your mind, your head. What's happening right this moment? Is that story that you keep thinking about happening right this moment? So if you ask yourself what is occurring right now, what's happening right now? You're living in your head. That's all happened. It's not happening. You say, how much do you want to know for yourself about yourself? Or is it about what happened in the past and how you're going to make the future different? Or what's happening right now? Can you work on what's happening right now that's not in a thought? Can you focus right now, here, at this moment? Not what happened, not what's going to happen, what's happening right now. Can you bring your focus here? Which is your focus still in what happened and how you can change it. So that's all just thinking, that's in the mind, it's something that's not occurring in this moment. Can you bring yourself back here to see it for what it is without judging it based on the thoughts that you have? Oh, I can do this or I can do that. No, all you can do is be aware that it happened. What have you done up to this moment? Nothing can be undone that has already occurred. That's right. You can focus as much on tomorrow if you want. You can focus as much as you want on what happened yesterday. It's not happening right now. All you're doing is thinking. You cannot be present. To be truly present in this moment is to get out of your head. That's for all of us. If you're thinking about what you're going to do tomorrow, if you're thinking about what happened yesterday, how are you going to understand what is happening right now? How will you see this moment for what it is when all you're doing is thinking about what it could be other than what it is? At what moment will you bring it back to yourself? So, Cal, it's really up to you. You have a choice to be present, or you have a choice to keep thinking about how you can change the world. So yeah, when you realize that right now all we have is this moment, and what we can do is change ourselves, the world is going to continue. It's unfolding. What can you do? Do. Go find who's doing what you want to do. Go join in and assist. Put in your two bob. Go and get more information. Go and do all of that. Who can you go to? And if that's what you really want to focus on, if that's what your journey is, that's what your journey is. Why is somebody doing this and why is somebody doing that? Well, for me, no one's doing anything because right now I'm actually speaking to someone here. So there's nothing else happening. If I'm thinking about it, I can tell you a lot of things that I have done. So Carl, think about what you're after. Look at yourself. If you're listening to what has been said, what Brooke has mentioned, and what I've just mentioned, it's not about what's going to happen and what has happened. It's about what is happening. Find your center, be present, allow the moment, enjoy the moment for what it is. When a situation is occurring, deal with it at that moment as it's occurring, because that's the only moment that you can let it go as well. Because if you don't deal with the situation as it's occurring and you're hoping that something else can come out of it, well, you're going to be living in your mind for a very long time until the situation is over and done with. You deal with it when you need to deal with it. You're not dealing with it at this moment. There's nothing to deal with. To understand how to be present, there's a lot more than just 5 or 10 minutes that can be spoken to. I think it's Ify. Ify, you're fine. Don't worry about it. You're on. about interrupting. So, Cal, I hope that helps you. And there's a lot more than what we can possibly tell you about what we're speaking about.
Yeah, Kel, if you focus on that non-stop and you feed those thoughts, that'll be your whole reality until it's for as long as you want. And trust me, that's no way to live. But that's for you to work out, not for me. Uh,
Yes, it is. And yeah, that is correct. It's letting go as much as possible. It's not about letting go as much as possible. It's letting go. Um, I fear. I think I'm pronouncing that right. I-F-E. I think it is I-F-E. I-F-E. I fear. Apologies if I'm not pronouncing it right. This will apply. I think you wanted to know about the future. Um, when one can be present right now and in this moment, observe that which has already happened. And what we're doing is observing our thoughts. Our thoughts are past tense. To understand what is occurring in this moment is to literally just be present. Uh, Everything that has happened, even what I'm speaking, as I'm speaking, and to truly understand what it is to be present and to observe the moment as it's unfolding, is to observe this moment. This moment itself is now becoming the past. From this point that one observes the past, one must acknowledge that one is somewhere else. Yes, I did. I'm trying to work out if it's IFE or it is IFE. I'm just trying to work out if I'm pronouncing it right. So it's been a bit to understand the present moment before one tries to work out what the future is going to give them or what is going to come tomorrow or FE, E, F, E, F, E, F, E. Okay. To understand tomorrow is literally to understand now. If we're living in the past, we're always going to be looking for the future. When one starts to acknowledge what the present moment is, one can observe the past, one can come to a realization of what it is that observes that which has already occurred in the past. Maybe one will understand what the future truly represents. The future is not something that just because your education or your movies or your stories or your sci-fi tells you about what the future is going to be. And they tell you how to go to the past, and we have a lot of movies creating ideas in our heads. Ideas, those yeah. To understand the future is to be able to observe that which is already occurred, and to observe the moment as it's unfolding, and to see it as it is for what it is, without judgment, is to acknowledge things in a different way. No, you care for the present. No, you care for love. That's right. Yours was the love one. I think it was. If it's love, uh, yeah. Um, again, to understand what we well, look. The present itself is right now. Now, to understand what the present really is, we're speaking about, we didn't realize we're in the moment. Um, the present moment will always be, yeah, that's just a word. I didn't say that. I got that. Um, present moment, to acknowledge the present moment is to acknowledge what the second is. When one can truly acknowledge what the second is, and one can observe the second, one can observe that which is in the present moment. If one is holding on to ideas and thoughts of how things should be, and one is not aware of what it is as it is, one will be either living in the past or living in the past hoping for something better than what it is, which will always be the future. To acknowledge the future, one is to acknowledge what the present moment represents. The future is now. If you truly understand that, it is to acknowledge that right now, what you remember is the past. The only time that you can remember the past, I like to say it like this: if you were a child right this moment, looking into the future, what would you be seeing right this moment? Because you used to say that you are not in that future at this moment, and all you're doing is living in the hope of something different. And that hope only exists in one's head, in one's thoughts, in one's memories, in the stories that one has been. One never really acknowledging that one is already there where they're hoping to be, but always holding on to the beliefs of somebody else or something else. To be present is to know oneself, and to truly understand oneself. My sun goes up and down.
Have you got your microphone input, or is it the Bluetooth input that you're using for mic?
That's microphone for some reason. It's not.
Okay, test 1, 2, test 1, 2. You can hear me? Okay, test 1, 2, 1, 2. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yep.
We'll see if that does anything.
It's a little bit harder.
Self-relate. Look, there are a lot of words that we have used in history has spoken of, and we can say, "Know thyself." Um, to know oneself, um, one surely can comprehend who one is. How would we know ourselves? To have a right relationship, right self relationship, most important. Yes, self relationship. What is the self? How would we have a relationship with the self if we don't know what the self is? And how would we know what the self is? Now, this is where we come into the present, because we can only know the self in this present moment. We cannot know the self based on the past, because the present moment is the only thing that we truly have. What is the self? How would you know yourself? Um, I'll ask a question. Would yourself be what you've been told? So if I say that you are something, is that what you are? Is that what the self is? Again, ask oneself, how would you know? How would you know who you are? How would you know what the self is? Uh, if we're aiming to understand what we are, to know oneself, well, where do we begin? How would one begin looking to know oneself? We use words. Well, that's the first thing we actually do. We start using words. Based on the words, we start to associate with them. Now, how do we know the words that we use? To know oneself, one would sort of start to look at, okay, you're saying feelings. If you're feeling something, is that what you are? Or are you that which feels it? How would you know? So I feel something. There's something that I'm feeling. Who is it that I am? Am I what I'm feeling, or am I that which feels it? How would you know oneself? Are you associating to something? Okay, let's look at not associating now. So one feels. Okay, great. Who are you that is feeling something? Or would they be you? I mean, just because you're responding now, who is it that is responding? Okay, so we can speak about situations, and one responds to a situation. Who are you? So how would one know oneself? And let's work with this. Well, is one the interest, or is one the talent? Would one be the skills? If we're experiencing, let's work with, we have an experience. Okay, so what we're doing at this moment is having an experience. Who's having the experience? Let's work with that. And how can we distinguish the difference between the experiencer and the experience? Yeah, who's talking to who? Talking to myself. Who's talking to who? Who's listening? If one is listening and one is talking, who is it that's talking? Who's listening? Who's thinking? Who's feeling? Who's the one that has? Who's the one that thinks? Or how would one justify or judge or state one's true character? And if one has a character, who is it that one, who is the one that has the character? And who's the both though? Okay, so we have two. There is the experience. Who's the experiencer? The things that we do, are we what we do? There's someone doing something. Okay, so you're thinking, you're talking, you're writing. Who's doing all this? Your thinking is great. You're aware that you're thinking. Whoop-de-doo. You're thinking. You're talking. Great. I'm talking as well. Whoop-de-doo. Who's doing it? Who's doing all of this at this moment? Who's aware of what is occurring at this moment? Again, that's something that we are capable of doing. Well, again, to do something, we're not working on who it is, not what we do. Who is it that's doing it? Okay, so at this moment, I said something. At this moment, I'm saying something else. Who is it that has already said something? Um, how would you work with understanding oneself in this present moment if you realize that all you're doing is observing something that has already happened? Would you be that which happened, or would you be that which is aware of what has happened? So to truly understand oneself and to be present is to acknowledge what the present moment represents. The present moment is that which one is observing. And to acknowledge the difference between the observed and the observer is to acknowledge the experience and the experiencer. Well, let's start with knowing who we are not. So we're always aiming to understand. We're always aiming to understand who we are by using what we've been told. So as long as we're using what we've been told, we are limited to what we've been told. So how would we understand who we are? How would one understand oneself? To know oneself is to literally or truly, to state it in this way, is to know what you are not. Froze. No? Still frozen?
To me.
No, it's muted or froze. If we're starting to acknowledge what this moment is, and to be in a position of observation, how would one acknowledge certain things? If one is observing, who's the observer? Again, Cal, I think that you're focusing too far away, and to truly acknowledge what this is not about something else. This is about oneself. To truly understand oneself is what we're speaking of. Not what has already happened. To understand oneself is to be in this present moment. What is occurring right this moment? Not what you think is happening. What is happening? When you bring yourself into this moment where you are, and to acknowledge that the only thing that is occurring other than me speaking and you listening is in your mind. What's around you? That's all there is right this moment. The rest of it's in one's mind. To understand what is occurring at this moment is to observe this moment and to acknowledge what the past is. And this moment itself is becoming the past. So you're either going to hold on to that which has already happened or be aware of what is occurring right this moment. What would you like to know, Effie? I'll pull some cards for Effie.
Me or you?
You. Pull some cards for Effie. This was for everyone. Anyway. Oh, they're popped in now.
Oh, heavy. Your throat. Phew. For you at the moment, Effie, you want the growth. You want things to change. You want the good stuff. Just like everyone else. You know, you want to move forward. You want to improve yourself. You want to improve life. Okay. But it feels like that you're stuck in this head. You got this. It feels like inside your head you're creating this story, this romance story of how you think things should be at the moment, how you want things to be. Okay, this is like a daydreaming, but this is. There's a lot of people get into spirituality and they go chasing fairy tales, right? And they'd rather stay in that aspect of I'm chasing a fairy tale and that ideal of how things should be instead of being present, looking into oneself and changing yourself. Because for you on the cards at the moment, I got the Shield Maiden come up, and the Shield Maiden is all about making plans and focusing, taking steps, taking practical steps at the moment. Meditation, contemplation. Do you meditate? Do you have any practices? Okay. There needs to be practices in hand. There needs to be things that you need to do. Look, I need to, what do they call it? Discipline. There needs to be discipline in areas at the moment. Okay. You need a game plan on. Go. Need a game plan on because at the moment, you're caught somewhere else in your mind of the fairy tale. And you've got to bring it back to the present moment. You've got to bring it back. You've got to take authority over what you're doing at the moment in your own life. And you've got to put the effort into your own training. Okay, because no one else is going to do it for you. There's so much old stuff you're hanging on to. It's like you've piled yourself under all these ideas, like let's pile ourselves, let's have some more stuff on me, more stuff on me, more stuff on me. I want this, I want that, I want all this stuff. Okay. What are you doing to clear room for the new? Are you releasing the old? You know, you do a house, sometimes we need to renovate ourselves. You do a house renovation, you need a big bin out the front, put all the old crap in. Okay, we can't renovate a house and then just leave all the old stuff in. Up. The stuff that needs to be ripped out. There's stuff that needs to be replaced. There's stuff that needs to be thrown away. Okay, you need to clear out at the moment. There's a big clearing. You need to clear out a lot of stuff. But you don't want to, there's stuff that you don't want to look at. There's stuff that you don't want to let go of. Okay? This is where we start to get ourselves stuck. And then the only place that we can go to is that place in our head that creates all these fantasies. When things are like that, everything will be good. When things are like that, it'll be good. When in actual fact, it's to be like, okay, why don't we rip that down that wall and start clearing that out instead of talking about it? Stuff needs to be cleared. Stuff needs to be moved. Stuff needs to be released. Okay, it's time to take action has come out underneath this of what you need to release. But this is inverted too. This means there's no action being taken. This is people getting stuck in love and light. This is the love and light bullshit. Yes, we want to be light and we come from a place of love. But without action, without release, without doing the work, it's just wishful thinking. But that ideal, that wishful thinking, that ideal of that fairy tale, the ideal of that, we hold on to because we'd rather daydream and project that into the future and have that as our future than deal with ourselves in the moment and then create that future. There's two ways to go about it, but there needs to be action taken. It's game on, girl. Otherwise, it's going to be frustration, 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 frustration. It's up to you. Do you want more frustration? Or do you want to take action? Start being the change. You lift your vibration? That's an easy thing to do. Clear out the shit that's not you, that you're hanging on to. Lighten yourself. Enlighten. Get rid of clear out the crap. Because the frustration card, that comes out when we hold on to what we don't need to hold on. Okay, look. And this is, look, the bottom card's positive for time for healing. It's all there. It's waiting for you. It wants you to heal. It wants you to loosen your load, but you've got to take authority over it. There's a lot of stuff that you need to take authority over. Our whole psychosis is based on trauma. Our whole psychosis, our personality is based on trauma and past events. That's everyone. And it's burnt into the mind. That's why we're going to escape the prison of the mind. You do all the healing you want. Until you learn to escape the prison of the mind and become present, or what it is to do that. Yeah, we just go from colouring a book to colouring a book to colouring in a book. So what about the bad people? Bad people are bad people. That's their karma. That's their issue, not yours.
So there is no. Look, I don't know how. I'll get into trouble on this one, but it doesn't really matter. You can. There's a lot that one can believe, and when one acknowledges belief and how we create a particular reality, um, yes, we can create a reality that we will experience. Now, it's acknowledging how we're creating it and why we believe it and so forth. There's so much involved in that. Um, and everything, look, I do not work at all on a, we speak about physical and to truly acknowledge what physicality is and how physicality works, one requires to dig deep into a lot of psychology. Um, Psychology today does assist in the acknowledgement of what spirituality reveals, if you would like, how spirituality works. Psychology, spirituality, but we're using words. True meaning of psychology is the language of the soul. To understand what one speaks, how one speaks, why one states what one states, how one associates to it, how words work, how focus works, to see how our own creation is based on how we think, then we will be possessed by our thoughts. And those thoughts will manifest themselves in a particular way that one will call it either a ghost or a spirit. Is it real or isn't it real? Is it true or isn't it true? Is that what's occurring or is that what one thinks is occurring? Um, when we're working on knowing ourselves, which is where all of this is, when we work on knowing ourselves, we question what it is we believe and how we've come to believe it and why we give that belief the energy to create it into a reality, which then has the effect that we believe, again, we're the creators of what it is we're creating. We're creating our moment right now. We're creating our own reality. As one thinks, that's how it's going to be. If you think it is like this, then this is how it is. If you think it's like that, then that's how it is. We choose. And to acknowledge how we're creating our reality, one has to acknowledge what one is thinking of. And when one acknowledges what one is thinking of, one will acknowledge how one come to know the thoughts that one uses. Law of attraction, law of words. Thoughts become things, yes, but what one thinks, how does one think it? Where did one learn to think? You see, people go into, yeah, let's not think in that manner, but does it really matter when one is thinking? How is one thinking? What is one using to think? There's a lot involved in law of attraction. Yes, we create the reality that we want by thinking in the way that, but how do we think? When we acknowledge that our thoughts themselves, where did we get these thoughts? You know, they're in a language. You're typing to me at this moment, so I'll take you in a little bit deeper. Hello, Kelsey. Um, so if this applies to all, so if you don't dismiss what is being said here, because this will apply to everything that we believe. We have a belief. Right now, all we have is the belief. The truth of this moment is that we are here and what is around us in this moment. The rest of it is not happening. The only thing that is truly happening is right now. If you are listening, I am speaking, this is what is occurring. The rest of it will be in one's mind. In your mind, you think. Now, this is where we get into trouble because how are we thinking? Everything we're thinking is still in our mind. Everything that we think has happened is still in our mind. Because the only truth is, the only thing that is really occurring is right now. So in this moment, without going into one's mind, what is truly occurring in the moment? Is it good? Is it bad? Or is it just what it is? Now, how would one judge it to be what it is? Because now the moment we start to judge is the moment we say it is this or it is that. So if we say it's a chair, we've judged it to be something. If we say it's a computer or a phone, we've judged it to be something. Now, the question that I truly have is, how do we know what it is? How do we know what a chair is? Do we believe it's a chair, or do we know it's a chair? Do you know, or do you believe? So there's a difference here. So every word that you have at this moment will exist in a dictionary. That dictionary exists with what we call the ABC. And everything we believe and everything that we think is based on what that dictionary says. So that's the belief, because that dictionary says this is what A, B, and C is, so we believe it. The truth of the matter is, the only thing that we know is that we believe. What do we know, though, without using what we've been told, which is our belief, which is our education? So what is it that's truly occurring? How would one really know what is occurring when one believes that's what it is, because that's what one has been told? Right now, if you think that something is occurring, well, that's what you're thinking. But is it occurring? To truly understand what is occurring is to be able to observe what is occurring right now. This moment is all there is. The rest of it is just a thought of what you think it might be. Try to see this moment without using what you believe it is. Try to acknowledge the moment without using your education. What is it without you using that which you've been told? Is it a chair? How do you know? When you start to truly question, oh, everything is noise. If one is in the present moment and one is observing the noise and is aware of the noise, who is it that one is? It's all energy. We acknowledge energy. Energy is everything. Even the words themselves that we speak is energy. But even as I'm speaking, that's all past. What's occurring right this moment? One just is. Again, that's just the one just is. Yes. If one just is, Effie, I'll ask you this question. If you're going to work with what you've been told, is it that which you have been told? So when to aim to know or to work with knowing oneself, is one going to be what one has been told? Or is one going to acknowledge what one has been told and not use what they've been told and work with knowing oneself without what they've been told? If you can follow. Time is observable. One can observe that which they call time. Um, as one becomes aware of this moment itself, and to truly be present in the moment is to acknowledge. Oh, wow. Can you observe the second? See, there's only want to work with time itself. Do you really believe that yesterday exists? It's knowing oneself. We don't lose ourselves. We get to know what we've been told. Um, when we acknowledge that we're aiming to understand something which is, well, how do we know who we are when we don't use what we've been told? Yesterday exists. Can you take me back to yesterday? Well, how, when we speak of present, this is where I find things to be a little bit tricky, because when we acknowledge that we have a past, present, and future, or if we speak about yesterday, today, and tomorrow, so we can use three words either way. Um, right now, we cannot go to 1 hour ahead of us and we can't go 1 hour behind us. But right now, I cannot go 1 minute behind me and I cannot go 1 minute ahead of me. So I cannot actually go to the past, and I cannot go to the future. Right now, all I have is what I am saying, because what I'm saying, if we were to think of a second hand on the clock, as we watch the second hand going tick, 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 it's already past. Every movement that one is making, every breath that you are making is past tense. It's interesting, isn't it, Kelsey? Because right this moment, whether you're in Canada, whether we're in Australia, okay, time is really irrelevant, because all we truly have is this moment as it's unfolding. If you're trying to know who you are with what you have been told, you will be that which you have been told. Being present in itself, and to accept that we have been told what we believe, and we defend that which we believe, let's put ourselves away from that. Pull yourself away. Can you pull yourself away from what you've been told? Can you pull yourself away from believing that, yeah, this is what you are? Well, no, that's not what you are. That's what you've been told. How do you know who you are? So I'll put it to you in the way that I like to put it to everybody. Here's a question, and really think before you answer this. Really think. What did you know before you were educated? Do not use your education to answer the question. Think. What did you know before you were educated? Do not use your education to answer the question.
Use coffee.
Coffee. Yeah, mine's almost finished. I'll be going for another coffee in a moment. When we truly understand this question itself, truly understand the question now. Who were you before your education told you who you are? If you go before you were educated, before you knew what ABC is, what word could you use? What would you know? If you don't have an education, how would you say what you are? What would you attach to? How would you know who you truly are? How do you know what a parent is? Do you know what a parent is? Do you know what a home is? Do you know what a family is? Anything. Again, look at the words. We're using words. Think about what I asked. The words that one is using right this moment. How can you use these words when all these words are an association to what you've been told? What is a child, Cal? Can you tell me, without using your education, to tell me what a child is? How would you know who you are if you're using your education? Your education is not yours. It's what you have. Oh, sorry, I'm going to get a little bit. Really think about it. You are not what you have. You cannot be what you have. You cannot be what you know, because there has to be that which has it, and there has to be that which knows it. You cannot be what you believe, because there is that which believe it. Well, you cannot be what you have. So if you have a soul, no, you can't be that.
I have a coffee.
If you have a energy, what is energy? Again, this is what I'm saying. Before you were programmed, yes, what we feel. But how would you? Not what you feel. Again, to understand this, you have to go past the feeling. Okay, so you feel something great. There's energy that I'm experiencing, but who am I that is experiencing it? So there's something that can be experienced. We can experience it. Okay, so energy is an experience. You can experience energy. Before you were told what it is, Okay, so you have words now. Great. Stop using them for a moment. What is a soul? You don't have. Do you have a soul? If you have a soul, who are you that has it? Think. What is divine? How do you even know what divine is? I agree. Yes, I do. We have an education. Yes, we have. We are not what we have. To acknowledge what one has and to acknowledge who one is very different. To state that I have something is to acknowledge who it is that I am that has it. If I say I have an education, good, I have it. Yes, I am not what I have. If I acknowledge I have something, am I that which I have? So yes, you have an education. Great. We can communicate. We are communicating. Now we want to acknowledge that which has it though, where the communication is not based on the one using it. So we are using something. Are you what you are? Are you being used or are you using? See, are you that which you have or are you had? I suppose that's the way we go then. Because if you are what you have, someone can have you as well. So it gets really tricky when we start to acknowledge what the language itself is that we are using. How would one know oneself? The question is, who am I? And how would you know if you're using what you've been told? So how would you know yourself without using what you've been told? Because that's what the question really is, to know oneself. I'm either going to say that you are what you tell me you are, and you tell me what you have been told. Well,
That's the mind. It's the intellect.
to know the difference between I know what I have been told, but I also know for myself that I know what I've been told and I do not associate to that which I've been told. So again, we go to the point of dismissing or detaching oneself. So how does one detach? How do you get to truly know who you are? You're using words at this moment. All I'm asking at this moment, all I'm stating is, who are you without using what you have been told? Again, hell, listen to the words. You're using words now. So the whole process is to go to the point of being present. To be present, we have to dismiss what we believe we know because we don't know what yesterday is. We've been told what yesterday is. We don't know what tomorrow is because we've been told tomorrow. We don't even know what this moment is because we're only been taught, we're talking with a language which we've been given. So we don't really know who did. So now we get into a deeper, who designed you? So I won't say me because no one designed me. I don't know the me. Again, it's not about what we believe. It's going deeper than the belief itself and questioning who is it that we are that believe it. You didn't know what education was until you learned. You didn't know what ABC was until somebody told you. You didn't know. So what we want to do is go back to the point of who are we? So far, all we can do is talk about what we've been told. So are you what you have been told?
Do you know God, or is God someone tell you what God is?
When we stand, when we're in the present moment, and all we can do is observe what we have. There is the observer and the observed. Can you put yourself in the position of acknowledging what you're observing and not associating to that which has been observed? That'll be the correct answer. I don't have an answer. I would not attempt to give you an answer to that. It's not about what we believe. I don't care what your belief is. I don't care how you came to believe it, because I'm very aware of it. What we have is an education. All I speak of is getting to know oneself without using what we have been told. When we can come to that point of acknowledging certain things for ourselves, not because we've been told it, we start to see things differently. To acknowledge this moment, to acknowledge this moment for what it is, and to acknowledge that this moment as I speak is becoming a memory. You're either going to be a memory, or you're going to be that which is aware of the memory. And if you're not aware of the memory, and the memory is a second ago, you can hold on to the second and observe it for what it is within this moment, and see how everything exists in the moment. But to be that which is observing the moment as it's unfolding, if we can observe the story unfolding, who is observing the story? It's 2 years, mate. 3 years. Perfect time.
So people donate for an extended reading.
The more we can.
Who told
I
you
speak,
that you have? I'm just saying, people. Who told you that you have to answer? Who's answering the question? Do you need to answer the question? Is the question there to be answered?
as long as there's
Was
a
it?
question, as long as there's a question, it's the question itself and remains as a question. You don't know that, Cal. You've been told that. See, when we start to work with what is occurring within the moment and to be present, we are not looking into what we have been told. Our education is something that we have. Our education is that which it is. We have been educated. Education is a program. It's not about what the program says it is. Right now, we are not working with the program. Right now, we're using the education. To acknowledge the difference between what we are and what we use is to acknowledge what is being used. To acknowledge how things are created is to acknowledge certain things for what they are, not what one believes. Well, in a sense, yeah, you're creating your whole reality right this moment. You're creating everything that you're experiencing. Yes, you are the creator of your reality. Who created your reality, though? Who created your beliefs? Who created the reality that one is living right this moment? Um, uh, bring it back to yourself. Just leave it here. You see, it's not about what is happening outside of this moment. It's not what exists in your belief or in your mind. It's not what's been said. It's removing oneself from all of that and to see something, which I suppose not many will see, and this is where the pain comes. But anyway, to know oneself is not to look at what you've been told, and there's no other way to state it other than to go round in circles at this moment and to say to you, it's not what you believe. It's not what you say. It doesn't matter. Every word that you're using, no. To tell you you're incorrect, it wouldn't even matter to tell you. To really see this moment for what it is, that this is a memory, to really understand this moment is just a memory. When you understand it's a memory and all you've been doing is attaching to that memory, again, you're using words. Say, what is nothing? When you can tell me what nothing is, I can tell you that nothing is observable. If it's observable, Would it be something? If nothing is observable, would that make it something? And if it is observable, then would that be the observer or would that be the observed? So, see, just because one cannot see something does not make it not there or nothing. It means that one does not see it, and one calls it nothing. But yeah, if it's named, I'll tell you this much: if there is a word to it, it is something. If it has a name, it is something. It is observable, and if it is observable, it's not what one is. But one is the observer, not the observed. Even when you look in the mirror, you think you see yourself, but you only see what you've been told yourself is. And to understand the difference between what you have been told and to observe that which you have been told, one starts to acknowledge one is not what one has been told. How deep does one want to go to understand oneself on what one is not? Well, that's how much time do you have? Perfect time. I'll be right back.
That's it, people. We're all caught in the mind, and the way we try to figure it out is with all the crap that we've been told. And the whole world goes, oh, there's so much we don't know, but the stuff that the world thinks it knows, it's only stuff that's been told. Bit of a conundrum, people. Bit of a conundrum. The first step is to realise that the mind is full of shit. Learn how to pull yourself out of the mind, the prison of the mind. But if one wants to escape the prison of the mind, which is the prison of the past, one must first understand that they are in prison. Otherwise, there is no escape from it. So if you think you are free in your mind, you can't be. You can't be in your mind and free. That's impossible. I'll tell you now. It'll just be a temporary illusion. Told anything to stop us from thinking from ourselves. Well, the fact is, as soon as you're thinking, you're in the ego. That means you're in the intellect. That means you're in the mind. Thought comes up, and you grab hold of it and start thinking about it. You're in the past. You're in the past. You're in the mind, which means you're regulating, you're stretching your energy out all over the place. When we're centered, when we're focused, we come into the present. Then we start pulling back our energy into our field. And when you're thinking about stuff, daydreaming, what am I going to do tomorrow? What am I going to do here? You're in the past, trying to project into the future. We drain our own energy. We're the drainers of our own energy. We blame everyone else, but it's all on us. It's all us. It's all our projections. That's all we do, is we project until we come out of the mind. Then we can just be. So people, if you would like a reading, please donate, exchange of energies. Much appreciated. Say hello. What are you thinking of? Because if you're thinking of, you're in the past. When we meditate, we can start to look at what a clear mind looks like. But your whole, as you develop your whole consciousness, what it should be, your whole existence should be one big meditation. Absolutely. Should be 24/7. So what is going on with people at the moment? No one wants a donated reading. It's up to you, people. No one wants a donated reading by the looks of it. That's okay. Told anything to stop us from thinking for ourselves. Well, thinking's the problem. Thinking's actually the problem. It's the matrix. That's the illusion. I mean, you get to a lot of the Indian gurus and the wise men. Emma, you know, you go to spirituality. Oh, we're going to heal this. We're going to heal that. We're going to fix everything. And then you get into the enlightenment people. They're just like, hey, why don't you just let go of it? Just let it go. Take it off like an old coat. Which we can't if we're always thinking about it. See that? We're thinking about it. It affects us. So what is your thinking? How is your thinking affecting you? That's the trap. That's the battle. That's the education.
It's, when one can observe one's thoughts, thoughts don't stop. It's truly to know what those thoughts are. They are observable, and if it's observable, and how open is one? How deep do you want to go into it? Want to grab that, Brooke?
Which one? Oh, yeah.
That's okay. You can grab it. When we start to do the inner work, as people keep speaking about, it's fully to understand what we are not, and we work with that. It's aiming to know what we are not. It's not about knowing what we are. To know what we are, first we need to understand what we are not. How do we know that? How do we get to that point of knowing what we are not? Well, we have to do the work, and this is what the work is to acknowledge certain things and to see things with different eyes. Not again, we think that we keep seeing or we can see something. It's not about what we see, it's not about what we hear, and it's not about what we feel. When we speak about experiences, it is to distinguish the difference between an experience and the experiencer. What is an experience? And that is what one starts to look at. What is an experience and what is an experiencer? Can the experiencer be the experience? Well, let's start working with the experience. What is an experience? What is an experience? How would you explain an experience? And then how would you explain what the experiencer is? we can work with, we have beliefs, okay, and there's the believer and there's the belief. Again, is the believer and the belief one and the same, or is there a requirement of a believer and the belief? So which one are you? Are you the belief or are you the believer? Now, if we're working with the experiencer, a believer, we're not working with a belief or the experience. So how do we know who we are? So if we start working with, okay, I'm the experiencer, now I need to distinguish the difference between the experiencer and the experience. What is the experience that one is having? Is that what one is? So how do we look at ourselves? How do we get to know ourselves when we not truly distinguish the difference between what we believe, what we're experiencing, and who we are? We keep focusing on things that have already happened. How do we actually stand in the moment and observe what is occurring? How does one become the observer and not associate to the observation? Can one distinguish the difference between what one is observing and the observer? Where does one limit oneself to what the observed is? So can you work with, how far would you go? What is observable? Are you that which you're observing? Are you that which you believe? So how would you know yourself? How do you get to that point of acknowledging a depth that exists within all of us when we're trying to do that with what we have? And again, now we get into a tricky part because what do we have? Are we what we have? If we're not questioning what we believe, we're not questioning um, everything, then we're accepting. So what is it that we've accepted? If we've accepted it, is that what it is? And is that all there is? So then there's nothing more to do. So how do we go about knowing who we are? How do we go about knowing what is occurring in this moment without attaching ourselves to what we believe is occurring this moment? Everything is more of a question. The answers themselves, it's not about the answer. The answer will give you whatever it is you want it to give you. It's more about the question. And the true question is, how can I know myself without using what I've been told? And if you truly question yourselves to how you know anything, well, do you really know it or do you believe it? Do you know that yesterday happened or do you believe that yesterday happened? Do you think that something is happening? Yeah, the questions are simple because it is a simple question, and the real question is, who am I? Don't use what you've been told. You're going to have to ask yourself, what have you been told? Start. And there's a good start there. You've been told A, B, C. Well, don't associate to any of it. How do I know myself if I'm not using an education or language? Yeah, just because one is aware of thoughts, is that what one is? I can hear thoughts. I'm aware of thoughts all the time. I see dead people everywhere. They're thinking all the time, always thinking.
Stop it then. Stop it, Emma. Stop overthinking.
It is more the awareness of what is occurring. It's know, there is a lot happening in time. To be able to acknowledge the difference between what is occurring, how it's occurring, where one is that is observing it, is to acknowledge one is already doing it. It's just that all that you are doing is attaching yourself to your mind. And yes, we are attached to the mind. And to truly understand the mind, if all thoughts are in the mind, and the mind itself is that which memory exists in, at what level, at what point do you acknowledge that a memory is being created? And how much of that memory are you holding onto? because right now, this has become a memory. And everything that you can think of is a memory. From this point, everything is a memory. So acknowledging that you're observing, well, one comes back to oneself and says, well, what am I observing? If this is a memory and this moment is becoming a memory, your memory, if all that one observes is recorded within one's mind, that's which you are visualizing in your mind. Well, this moment is creating, if you work with this moment is creating a memory. We are moving in time. If you were to observe a second hand, the second hand will always be going tick tock, tick tock, tick tock, tick tock, second, 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 past, 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 past. Each second, each new second, there is an old second. With every new second, there's the old second. The old second is the past. So we're in the new second constantly. If you're observing the second, it is this second, new second, new second, new second. In this moment, everything that I am stating is in a new second. Therefore, the old seconds represent the past. That which I have said has already become a memory. Yesterday is a memory. Tomorrow is based on your memory. Everything that you have is based on yesterday, if you would like, your memory, your past. Your whole education is in your past, in your memory. Which memory will you go to associate, to believe that that's what you are now? Or you are only experiencing a memory? This moment is a memory. If you are truly aware of the moment unfolding, you'll see this moment becoming a memory. One cannot remove oneself out of this moment. All we have is this moment being aware of what has already occurred. One can observe this moment unfolding if one is open enough to detach oneself from what one believes. Because everything that I am speaking is based on your belief and it has nothing to do with what I'm saying. My words are just empty words. These words are just coming from a memory, education. That which is observing this moment and speaking is not in the moment. You just think. And because you're thinking, I'm here present in this moment, that is what you are remembering. See, this moment has already become a memory. And to truly observe this moment unfold, it's not the next second or the second after this one, nor the one that went past. It's only this moment. Everything I've spoken is in your mind. Everything I've done is in your mind. Everything I'm doing has already become a memory. When one can truly acknowledge that for itself, to see oneself within oneself, to acknowledge the mind that one is existing within right now, to know that one is not what one is observing, to know one is using that which one has. One can observe this moment for what it is, not what one wants it to be or expects it to be, just that which it is. And it is not based on what you believe it is. Your belief is deceiving you right now. No. Not much more to say when one acknowledges. We speak about silence, and to truly acknowledge silence is to acknowledge the noise first. When one is aware of what the noise is, one becomes aware of what one is experiencing. One is experiencing noise. One does not distinguish the difference between noise. It is noise that is being experienced right now. What we want to name the noise, we can name the noise whatever we choose to name it. We've got an education to do that. We can speak of it. We can say we feel great. We do. We can say we see. We do. We can say we hear. That's what we are doing. To acknowledge who we are that is doing that. Now, that's very different because we seem to associate to what we do. We associate to what we have. We associate to what our senses are focused on. When one focuses on oneself, one acknowledges that oneself is not what one has been told, because oneself is something completely different than one's education. One has an education, but one also has a self that one can use that is not being used by education. Your education works with your thoughts. As you think, it shall be. If you're aware of your thoughts, you're in control of your thoughts. If you're aware of your thoughts are controlling you, and you're creating what your thoughts dictate, how they dictate it as well. What you believe is based on your thoughts, creating that moment that you are experiencing, which you think it is, not realizing that what it is as it's unfolding before your eyes, because your eyes are really deceiving you, your ears deceive you. Every word that we speak is a word of deception. And when one can truly acknowledge the deceptive word that one speaks, one will stop speaking. One will stop believing, or one will acknowledge that's which one has been said. Mm. Yes. Mm. Now, Mr. Brookie, how'd you get to?
Come on, Stathi, don't just sit there.
Oh, look, how much more can I say?
I don't know, I just got back upstairs. I got to go down again. We had cake.
Yeah, I know you just. I said I
I
won't
didn't
say
eat
if it was got it.
cake.
You did you save me some? Okay, and you left.
Oh, I don't know, maybe. I don't think it'll last. It was just a small one. What happened to Brooke? What did you do to Brooke?
I don't know, he disappeared. I wasn't looking. He disappeared on me.
Hi, everyone. I see Emma's there.
Let's see. I don't know who's here. Just sort of looked at numbers. Mm.
Ah, there's Brooke. All right.
He's the speaker. Oh, he's the
Yeah,
one that has more to say.
he's on mute at the minute. Get off mute, Brooke, because I've got to get back down the stairs.
The silence is my
Been
message.
told.
Yeah.
I'm good, Emma.
Look at
We
that.
just had
Yeah.
a birthday party, so I've been up and down a little today.
I just reheat my coffee on the stove.
Ah, well, mine's gone cold. I've been downstairs too long.
You
All right,
know, go disappear, Missy.
come over.
Go ban Cindy. Hey, ban Cindy.
Ben, Cindy.
Um,
So who's here? Who's still here?
I don't know who's still here. Emma's still here. I know Emma is here. You're here. I'm here. I know that's not you.
Well, see, that's the thing, Emma, is it's about becoming nobody. And when we're kids and we don't know anything better, our parents put us into somebody training. And then we become somebody, and then we get into spirituality, and then we want to be somebody special. In fact, it's about becoming nobody. Because all that is the illusion of the mind. It's the story of the mind. We're here to clear ourselves from that. It's the only way to come present. So until we're ready to deal with our thoughts, not attached to them, we're not awakened.
It's that. There's a lot of when we acknowledge we use a lot of spirituality. I think that people just throw spirituality out left, right, and center without truly acknowledging what it is. There are questions to be asked, and it's always based on questions. Now, just using spirituality, we keep speaking about certain things, and the one word that I'm going to speak of is the higher self. I hear the higher self get thrown around left, right, and center. We have a higher self. We have a higher self. We have this, we have that. You know, if you really listen to the words and how spirituality or even religion speaks about it, it's really relevant. When you start to acknowledge certain things, you have a higher self. Okay, you have a soul. You have a body. Now, this is what we get told. Your body this, your body that. Well, your body means that there's someone there. There's something else other than the body. When you start to look at things, there's somebody else other than the soul, and there's somebody else other than the higher self. If you have a higher self, if you have a soul, and if you have a body, who is it that you are? The body is called Emma. Great. The soul is called the soul. For some reason, there's no name to it. And the higher self is called the higher self. Again, they don't have a name. The only thing that has a name is the body. So who is it that you are that has these three things? And when you can acknowledge that you are not what you have, the question then still remains, who is it that you are? Are you what you have? Now, when you start to look at what you have an education. Great, you have it. Who is it that you are? When we start to look at the words and the way that we speak, we start to question what we're stating. And to know ourselves is to know who we are not first. Are you what you have? Or are you that which has it? The deeper you go, the more you accept that you are not what you have. And you acknowledge, okay, I have this thing. Great. Who is it that I am that has it? And that's where the question is. You have an education. Great. Who are you that has this education? Your education tells you you have a body. Okay, so now you have a body. Great. Who are you that has an education that tells you that you have a body? Who are you that has an education that tells you that you have a soul? Again, your education, that which you have, is telling you everything else you have. So let's just come back to education. What you have is education. Who are you now without using your education and everything associated to it? Deeper. We go deeper. People go deeper. We have, there is a lot of stories out there about what it is. I'm not here to tell you what it is. I'll tell you what it's not. And it's not your education. It has got nothing to do with what anybody says, nothing to do with what anyone believes. If they are speaking to you about tomorrow, then they are not being honest. They are creating a memory for you, which you will have to deal with on your own, because you will believe it. I'm not here to tell you to believe anything. I'm here to tell you, have a look at what you do believe. And are you that belief? If you are that belief,
You're still creating karma
then that is all one will be. You're either the believer or the belief. You're either the experiencer or the experience. You're either the educated one or the education. You are either aware of it or you're not. The process of getting to know ourselves is not just one moment. There is a whole process of letting go. Um, to truly acknowledge what it is we're letting go, and to acknowledge that right now, I keep speaking of being present, to acknowledge this moment for what it is, everything I'm saying to you, just like everything I've already said for the past 2.5 hours plus, is a memory. When one can really observe the memory, be in the present moment, observing the memory unfolding, that's all we have. This moment's just gone. Everything that we can think of is a memory. Everything that has happened is just in the mind. The only reality is this moment, acknowledging that one has what one has been told and questioning what is it that one has been told. It's not to say that a chair is not a chair or a cat is not a cat, but do you know it is, or do you recall that you went to school and you got told what it was? And when you can come to that point of acknowledging what you have been told and years of indoctrination, yes, I've been saying this for 23 years, Emma. I've been talking to people for 23 years, and for 23 years, I've been saying the same thing. And for 23 years, I can tell you now, I don't recall 23 years. I'm very aware of what one believes time is, and time does not exist as one thinks time exists. What is occurring is in time, but it is not what one believes. When one acknowledges that there is no such thing as yesterday, and one acknowledges there's no such thing as tomorrow, there's only that which is occurring within this moment. And if you believe, you will experience that which you believe. Because whatever one believes, one does experience. I don't work with what I believe. I work with acknowledging how I came to believe what I speak. Now, the words I'm using are the same words that you have. It's got nothing to do with what the words are saying. All I'm doing is bringing you to the point of acknowledging you are not your education. And when you can grasp that aspect of it, you can start questioning yourself of who you are. Because the truth is not what I will tell you. The truth is not what Brooke will tell you or anybody else. The truth is what you will come out and say for yourself. And it won't matter what anyone believes, because you'll acknowledge why they believe it. It's like why I acknowledge for myself why it is that you guys believe what you believe. I know your story because I know my story. I know how I came to be and believe what I believe. I also know why I don't believe it any longer. I acknowledge what it is that I see, but I do not associate to that which I acknowledge. To know thyself is to literally know that which one has been told oneself is. When one knows what one has been told, one will acknowledge what one is for oneself because they have been told. It is always pulling yourself back into this moment. The more you speak about your experiences, the more, again, this is where focus goes, energy grows. The more you focus on a belief, the more you give it life, the more it becomes a reality and an experience. Well, your experience is your reality. Your belief becomes your experience becomes your reality. The more you acknowledge it's a belief and how you came to believe it, the less focus you give it, because the deeper you go now, because now you know you're not your belief. The more you're acknowledging what you are, which is knowing what you are not, the more you know that's what you are not, the more one is oneself. The less one is attached to a belief, the higher vibration one is. One does not raise one's vibration. One cannot raise one's vibration. One does not require to. All one requires to do is to remove the blockages that one believes, which is preventing oneself being oneself. And that is all. Do not be what you have been told. Be who you are. No more. If someone asked you, who are you? How would you respond? Why do you have to have me so close up?
Well, yeah, the people know what you look like now. See it, so see you on the streets. It's only that they recognise you so they can buy you a coffee. They go, hey, there's a coffee guy.
Yeah. You can say who you've been told. You see, when we acknowledge, and this is how we start to acknowledge certain things. I acknowledge that I have been told what my name is. I'm known as Stathi. That's what my parents told me. Now, I don't even know what a parent is, but I have been told what parents are. So I go to that level itself. I don't know who I am. I know what I've been told. Now, what I know for myself, aiming to speak it is really nonsensical because the language itself is limited. Our education gives us a understanding, if you like, of the world or the reality that we're living in, but doesn't give us anything about who we are. So acknowledging what we've been told. How do we acknowledge that? Well, you've been told your name, you've been told your birthday, you've been told everything. When you can start to acknowledge what you have been told and acknowledge that, yeah, I was told this, or I'm aware of this, but I don't actually know this. Being honest with oneself. I believe this or I know this. Now, acknowledging what a belief is and acknowledging what one knows, well, the truth is, you either know you believe or you believe you know. Now, if you believe you know, you're only going to believe. But if you know you believe, this is where we get into a little bit of trouble. Because the moment one knows one believes, one doesn't know anything. The only thing we have is a belief, and we don't really have a knowing, because the belief is still based on what we've been told. Knowing we don't know, that will be the truth. Knowing we believe, that's the truth. The belief is exactly what we have been told, and we believed it. Now, questioning that's what we do. We question what we've been told. We question what we believe. We acknowledge what we've been told. We don't associate to what we believe. The experience will change, because what do we experience then? Well, I don't know what I'm experiencing, because what I'm speaking about at this moment has got nothing to do with an experience, but an acknowledgement of that which I am, which is aware of the experience I'm having at this moment. So this is just an experience which is becoming a memory as I speak it, as I'm aware of it. It's already happened. And when one can acknowledge what is occurring, one can acknowledge what has already happened. The only thing that is occurring is I'm aware of this moment becoming a memory. The rest of it has only to I've been aware of this memory occurring. The rest is really irrelevant. More is known within the moment, not with that which has happened. When one is observing that which is occurring, the observer itself is observing a lot more than just this moment itself. One is limited to this moment only through one's education. One is limited only with one's belief. For one is that which is believing and focusing on that belief. When one brings the focus back to oneself, one will expand that which one is observing. Only then will one be aware of that which one is not. One can never know that which one is, only that which one is not. You can experience, you are not the experience. You can believe, you are not the belief. You can do, you are not that which is being done. Like
And
to
Emma.
attach. So,
And Emma, you can get on Discord.
um, we all hear the phrases thrown out. You've had a past life. Your past lives. Your past lives. Okay, let's work with past lives. I want to work with the if. Take the if as you like. Take it with a grain of salt. If you've had a past life and you're having this life, and you feel that you've had a past life, uh, wouldn't that which is having this life be the same one that had the past life? Wouldn't this life be an experience just like the past life was an experience? Who is it that is having this life experience, which had the same life experience, past life experience, for example? If the body is the experiences, and you've had two already, and we can go to many, who are you? Again, it always comes back to who is it that you are that's having this experience at this moment? The experience called Emma. Because Emma is not the experience, if you would like. At this moment, Emma is the experience, but that which is experienced Emma is not Emma, is how I'd like to say it. He's experiencing Emma, and Emma is a memory, by the way. If right this moment, all we have is an awareness of the past, who is it that is aware of the past? Past is everything that the body itself is associated to. Oh yeah, you're my focus at this moment. You're the one that's responding. If you disappear, you don't respond. I don't
Yeah,
focus.
Suki Lala, Em.
Now, Emma, you've been waiting for this for a long time. You've just been hesitant. You've had a lot of things going on. You've got a lot on your plate. You don't need to have that on you anymore. You can hold on to it as much as you want, but you can also be here at this moment and just let me put it all on you. You want to come on, come on. Come on, you can put your questions to me. Um, when
Sent.
we're working with being present, um, when we're working on being present, and this is what present means. To be present is to be aware of what is occurring right now. This moment is not going forwards. We're not actually going forwards. We're in this moment being aware of what was becoming the past. Can you grasp that? This is where it gets tricky for many because many want something outside of this moment. But the only thing that is really occurring is being aware of this moment, and everything else is a memory. You cannot get outside of this moment. You can.
What? Chicken?
No, thank you.
Keyboard warrior. Ali Razzie, Emma.
Raising it. Emma's curiosity has taken over.
Are you a good witch or a bad witch, Emma?
Which is a witch? Um, the observer will never be observed. And when one can truly put oneself in the position of acknowledging and observing this moment, one can be centered. Everyone speaks about grounding and centering. Where focus goes, energy grows.
Oh, Emma, you're going to put a spell on me? Yes, please. But if I wake up tomorrow with a carrot for a nose, I'm going to be happy.
Oh, seriously, mate, that's too much for me. I can't stare at myself. Thank you.
Why not? Yeah, you know what Cindy has to go through.
Yeah, I know. Poor Cindy.
That's all right. She'll just take off her glasses.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing just then. Um,
The Be Home card. Hmm.
Like wandering somewhere. Hmm. I'm going to just change my Bluetooth, mate.
Okay, get the green tooth happening, which means you haven't been brushing enough. How does that work? I don't know how that works. So who's here? You want to donate for reading, people? You can donate for reading. But I'm giving away a few freebies already. Rest can be exchange of energies. It did. It did find its way home. And the abundance the universe will provide. I've just been so tired lately. Yeah, tired. Stuff to do and feeling tired. I am not tired. I just feel it. But yeah. What happened to Stathi? Oh, Bluetooth change. Yeah, I have had the sniffles lately, so I've been feeling the sniffles lately, so I haven't been on for a couple of weeks. Yeah, it's sort of overcast here, a bit of a lazy day. Bit of a lazy day indeed. But yeah, I haven't got much to say today. Yeah, a bit of purging, that sort of thing happening. Okay. Have you made a snowman? Chop some wood? Yeah, I got a gas heater. Yo, summer's coming. Spring's almost here. Spring's a great time to be planting. Yeah, my winter garden got a little bit, tiny bit out of it. Everything's been so slow, but I'm the summer garden person for sure. Always summer garden. As long as you get the water on there, man, the veggies go nuts. I found a couple of big spuds in my garden yesterday. Thinking, oh shit, there's spuds
Check
in there.
one.
No, I was like, I couldn't be bothered harvesting, so I just like, I'll just bury you down there. Just dug a bit of a hole, shoved it down deep, you can come up again. We'll save the carrot for the snowman's nose, not mine. Onions. Yeah, they'll grow. It's a bit late, but what was it?
Late.
A bit late. But don't worry, they'll grow, and then they'll grow into next year. And I've got onions from last summer that are just coming up now. But what was it? I got in March. In March, as soon as it starts, you get a few good rains in winter. As soon as you get like a week of rain or something like that, half a week of rain, man, whack in the garlic as quick as you can. Because I got one really good garden bed full of garlic, and I've put other garlic in afterwards. But the one that I got in first, after the first few rains, that seems to be the one that's on the go. Yeah, I still got plenty of dandelions and dandelion stalk from last year. Yeah. So what are you doing, Stathi? Everyone's quiet here.
It's terrible here. Melbourne is just left. So it's indoors for me. I'm not doing anything in particular. I don't have anything to really do. I would be doing, well, I'll be doing what I'm doing. I'll be just meditating today. I'll be where I am. I'm not looking for. That's what I'm looking for. So my day is just a chill day.
Mm.
Yeah. Good old
I
Melbourne.
did stuff. I got stuff all yesterday. I got to put some all the guards on my brother's 4-wheel drive today. So I got to drill
You're doing that?
holes in his car. Yeah, I was thinking about it.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah, do it the other day. I keep telling him,
Drill
get up
holes.
early and help. No, it's easy to get out of it because all I do is say, look, I want to do it in the morning. Get up early and help me in the morning, which is not going to happen with him. I'm just waiting for the sun to come out. Son, I said, come out. I'm not waiting for it. I just tell it to come out. Son, you're on the clock.
Hi, Shawana. And we got another Brooke here. G'day, Brooke.
Hey, Brooke, that's a good looking name.
Yeah, we're not very keen on Brooks here.
Oh, Brooks are legends, living legends. That experiences Brooke is that.
Same. It's not windy. Oh, yeah, it actually is. I was about to say it's not windy here, but yeah, Teresa decided to tell me otherwise.
But yeah, I have actually put my cards away. Come on, yeah, they're just here. When are you going to come and read it for me, Emma? Pull me a card, Emma.
Come on, Emma. Come on, Emma. Come and join us on live.
Yeah.
I'll give you a harder time while you're on live. You can see your reactions as well at that stage.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, we had Lynn Collins on. She came on live with us, and I haven't seen her since. Thanks, Stathi. She was giggly.
She was very giggly. Look, yeah, no, I won't go there.
Unless it involves coffee. More coffee.
Well, yeah, look, it is empty. Where's Cindy? Cindy! Where's my coffee? Join us live on Discord, Emma. Get used to it. Come on live. Come chat with us.
Ah.
We're there pretty much. Lately, Brooke's been a little bit preoccupied, but we're pretty much there all the time. Just if you don't see us, as I kept saying, if it's a yellow light, I'm lingering about. If it's a green light, I'm in front of the computer. If there's no light, I'm nowhere about. As simple as that. Hop in, chat. You got nothing to do? Harass us. I'm looking forward to harassing you more.
Oh, what am I? Season 8, episode 11.
So, yeah, ahead of me.
Binge watching Supernatural.
You hold them here. I'm going to go make myself a coffee again.
Okay, questions, people. Any questions? What do you got? Questions? You pulled the guinea pig card. Gee. Guinea pig card, eh? Where is that guinea pig card? The otter, the owl, Cody, the koi fish, the sandpiper, the stag, the vulture, the canary, chameleon, the rhino, the pig, the peacock, the crow, the wolf, the lizard. I'm glad you remember. I remember the wombat card that I pulled for you. That was a long time ago. Hey, Shauna, how you going? Yeah, people, if you would like a reading, any amount would be a nice. $3 years ago, my God. 3 years ago. God. It is a long time. You still haven't come over to visit, have you? Yeah. Yeah, it's a very quiet day today. Very quiet, very quiet. Yeah, you were in Queensland. That's right. And back to New South Wales. Yeah. So, any people, if you'd like, what type of reading do you specialise in, Brooke? Me, I'll find your resistance. I'll find your resistance. I'll find what you need to know. I'll find what you're not seeing. I'll find what you're overlooking. I'll find what you need to focus on. I'll find where your blocks are, where you're blocking yourself, what you're not seeing. And what you're not seeing will usually be because you're attached to a perception due to attachment to something else in your belief structure. And I'll find out where that is. We'll have a look. I'll give you a little bit of homework to do in an area, Brooke. So I specialise in readings of you getting to know yourself and dealing with yourself. Stripping away the layers of yourself. Not interested in sometimes the future does come up in my readings. Ask Emma. She'll let you know. But when it comes up, it's when the universe needs you to know. But I try to specialise in helping you strip back the layers of yourself to understand who you are. Not what the stories have. Stories are relevant. Everyone's got a story. Stuff comes up, it comes up. What will come up for you, what needs to come up for you will usually come up for you. So I specialise in I guess I call them guidance readings. Are you there, Brooke? Brooke, are you still there? Brooke, are you still there?
This book is here.
Do you really want to see what I see, Brooke?
Mm.
Brooke, at the moment, your belief systems, okay? There's beliefs, there's perspectives that you're hanging on to. This can be, this is when our story starts to project into other people's stories, when we start to get into judgment on how we see other people and the way that they acted. Okay, at the moment, you're butting your heads with, you're torn in your mind, you're torn between people, between ideals, and the way you things should have, the way something should have worked around someone to do with you. You're still hanging on to rights and wrongs. You're still in judgment somewhere, Brooke. Okay, you're still hanging on to a judgment. Okay, and this ain't going to change until you recognize it and go, hey, I need to take authority over. You're just getting too caught up in the story of things. Doesn't matter what they did or what they did it, but the way you're looking at the situation is you're attached to a perspective. You're not seeing the whole thing from the big picture. You're just seeing what you want to seeing based on the attachments to you and how it affects you. And now you're projecting what your beliefs and your judgments on the other person. And as long as we're going to do that, we're going to miss the whole point. At the moment, you're shutting down possibilities on yourself and on the other person. You're shutting down a field. You're contracting everything and putting it into a box. And you need to take authority over and get past it. Just recognize that and let go. And go, shit, maybe because you can have 3 people, you can have 10 people in a room. None of them agree with each other. They all think that they're right and everyone else is wrong, and every single one of them is right. So how do you explain that? And that's what it's like. Don't be one of these people that has to be right, Brooke. Seek the truth. Let go of the past. I hope that's assisted you.
Mm. Brooke, what are you looking for? I'll ask that question. What is it you seek? What is it you would like to know? Well, that's a really good start, in my opinion. Not knowing who to be or who one is, that is a really good place to be. You're supposed to be exactly where you are right now. When one can acknowledge that one is exactly where one is supposed to be right this moment, this is exactly where one is. You cannot be anywhere else other than here now. If you can grasp that, that is all that really is required. This is where we are. Doesn't matter what's coming, doesn't matter what's gone. What matters is where one is right this moment. Now, where you are, what you're thinking is creating what you're feeling and what you're holding on to. We were speaking of this earlier, and it has a lot to do with how we think.
When you're in your mind, which is your memories, you will feel in this moment, right now, you will feel your memories. They are thoughts. You're creating what you're feeling. What one wants to do is acknowledge that one is in the present moment and one is aware of the thoughts. Don't hold on to the thoughts. We start with that. What is one's purpose? Well, be present. Acknowledge oneself. Acknowledge where one is. Everything up to this moment is exactly as it is supposed to be. You cannot undo anything. As you start to accept this moment for what it is, it will start to unfold and present itself with the way it presents itself. Have no expectations. Don't look ahead of yourself. Be present. And this is where we are. We are in the present moment. Where are we supposed to be? Not in our head, not in our thoughts. Here, now. Who is it that you can be? Well, let's find out who you are. Let's work with who you are. And this is how we start to understand more about ourselves. And this is, again, what we have already been speaking of. Knowing ourselves. Well, when we can accept where we are and have no expectations of where we should be, it's a beginning. When we can accept that what we have been told and we are not what we are told, now we are here being aware of something. And this is what's more important. Can you work with that? Can you work with being present and accepting where you are is exactly where you're supposed to be? Can you accept that you have been told who you believe you are at this moment? And we can start working from there as well. Where you're supposed to be is a lot to do with where you are and how you're thinking. It's not about where you're supposed to be, it's about where you are right now. Focus on where you are and how you're feeling now. Why are you feeling the way that you're feeling? Again, what is it you're thinking of? What is it you're holding on to? This is more about being present. Acknowledging and accepting without judging it should have or should not have. Everything has happened exactly as one can remember it. Right now is where you are remembering it, and this is what it is. We keep our focus to the present moment and we allow, without expecting the next moment to just present itself. As it's presenting itself, we're not judging it, it is, and we can work with what it is. The more we can observe, the more we can know for ourselves. What you're seeking at this moment is more in the headspace because you cannot accept where you are right now. So let's start with that. Let's start with being present and acknowledging where you are right now. Let's start accepting who you believe you are right now, because it does begin with that as well. So where are you right now? Who are you right now? That's what it is at this moment. We can work from there onwards. Knowing ourselves is, again, letting go of what we've been told. To know who you are, well, there's a lot of depth in that. There's a lot of there's hours and hours and hours of work, and how open-minded one is. What is it you're holding on to? What is it you're prepared to let go of? It's a very strong question. Is someone going to tell you what your purpose is? Or would you like to know for you? So if I tell you what your purpose is, well, then you're just going to believe what I tell you, and it'll be the same with everything else. Knowing oneself, one will know one's purpose. Start by knowing where you are, accepting where you are, and we work from there. Coming doesn't matter. Where one is, that's what really matters at this moment. What has happened, where one was, again, does not matter. It's now. So where you are, who you are right at this moment, starting with that. The rest of it, don't overthink things. The less thinking, the better. Don't hope to be something else. Accept what you are. Accept where you are. That's where it begins, by acceptance. Then we can start working from that point onwards. Brooke, I hope that helps you. I hope that hasn't confused you, because I can feel that there's a little bit more there. Not you, go away.
I'm always confused.
So that question is a very strong question, and that's something that you can work with on your own. But to work with it on your own, I suppose that's the guidance itself. The guidance of coming to acceptance. First we accept, then we start to look at what we've accepted, and we start to see why we're accepting it. Getting to know ourselves is not just a task of someone telling us, but looking deep within ourselves and having more questions than actual answers.
Where you're supposed to be sounds like a destination. You're exactly where you are. Don't get caught up in chasing a destination. Because people who chase destinations usually end up chasing gifts. Emma, have you picked some up? Everyone, tell Emma how beautiful she is, and if she likes you well enough, she might pick you
Yeah.
for the Pay It Forward reading.
Brooke, what's the depth you want to go to?
Emma is asking who is here. Who is here? Emma's got a reading to give away. She's too slack to do it herself, so she's paid me to do it. Yeah, eat them up, bro. Because the packet was broken, so they're going to go stale.
Brooke, you're in a perfect. Yeah, I knew there was something there. Good. How about you finding out for yourself? Would you be prepared to see that for yourself? Would you like to see what the outside forces actually see? Yeah. See, we want to know from somebody else. How about ourselves doing that, though? How about seeing outside of ourselves? You know, I want to know what outside forces see. How about being that outside force that looks within to acknowledge what the outside forces see? You are in a position to assist, and I can see the benefits of the position that you are in to acknowledging what you're asking for. To know oneself is exactly what we are speaking of here. You speak of outside forces. I speak of that you're the greatest force that can ever exist. And why would you want to see it from their perspective when you can see it from your perspective? So far, you have been living an outside force's perspective. When you're prepared to see that, then you'll be able to see from the outside through the perspective of those forces that you think exist. The depth of what one can see is limited to what one thinks. Do not allow your position and the education that you have to show you or to assist you to understand certain things that are beyond your understanding at this point of time. You, as an educator, believe your education. Your education, what you are educating at this moment, is the obstacle to what you are speaking of. What you speak of as outside forces can be acknowledged through and past one's education. It is the education which is the boundary or the wall that is put up that one does not acknowledge beyond that. It is the wall of education. Go past that. Go past that which has been educated. And you will see that which you are seeking. It is possible. But the education, oh, you are not perfect focus. Respectfully to you, but not to what you do. You are beyond that. We are all beyond our education. Our education is our limitation to that which is possible. Education is that which is creating the beliefs that create the experiences. And those experiences are limited to the education. And when one goes past that point of education or beyond that, what is outside of education is that which you are seeking. Outside of you, to acknowledge that which is outside of you is to acknowledge that you are outside of what you believe you is. But the education which has created the boundary that one believes and holds on to prevents one to see what you seek. Knowing one is not ABC will assist one. You do not require to know from someone else, you can know for yourself. And you break the spell that you've put yourself under. We all put it ourselves. To see past what we have been told. The outside forces see exactly what you see. But you have to see it from their perspective to acknowledge it.
You want? I got a reading here. I did a more elaborate reading for you, Brooke.
Society teaches the memory. One lives based on one's memory. When one can stand outside of that memory, that which one has been holding on to will be acknowledged. One will see it. When one acknowledges what one is holding on to and one can see that which one is holding on to, where is one? There's a lot within this, Brooke, and as much as we are speaking at this moment and reading, you're typing, I'm reading it, I'm responding. It goes deeper than the words and how we use these words, but we do use the words. The words do have associations. Each word that I'm speaking or using at this moment, and I can speak of many words, when we start to look at the origin of the words, and I feel that you will be aware of this, when we look at the origin of the words that we speak today have a different meaning to the origin and the time of their origin. We are phonetically translating for today's times. As we speak, we create a particular vibration energy, which creates a reality that we're experiencing. Society, yes, we call that collective. We have a collective education. What we want to do is get outside of the collective education, observe the collective education, and acknowledge that we are all using the same education. Now, it's removing ourselves from what we are using, seeing that that which we're using is creating the story that we're experiencing, and be the observer of the story that we are creating through that which we have learned. Bringing ourselves to this present moment and acknowledging that what we have learned is not occurring at this moment. What is truly occurring is that one is aware of what one believes, which is based on what one has learned. Bring yourself here. Society teaches us much, but we are not with society at this moment. We're outside, we're in the present moment on our own or wherever one is. Right now, the only thing that society will do is tell me to think about what it wants me to do. I'll either be aware of the thoughts or be aware that I'm not aware. I'll be doing what society tells me, or I'll be just here, being aware of what society has said, not acting on society's beliefs, acknowledging that when I am in society, I respond accordingly to society. Until I am aware of myself and I can change society, which I cannot, what I can do is change the way that I respond to that which I'm aware of. Which I'm aware of has got nothing to do with who I am. I'm just the observer of the collective. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Why not, man? It looks good. You got this one.
Ah, yeah.
What's that one?
Mm.
Uh,
No. When we can detach ourselves from what we believe, and our belief, again, it is a whole process that we go to. Firstly, we come to this present moment and acknowledge that we are here. Then we acknowledge what we believe. Well, at this moment, am I what I believe? Now, how do I acknowledge what a belief is? Well, what is a belief? How did I come to believe it? Everything that I'm stating, everything I believe comes from a particular point. That is called education. So if I acknowledge that everything that I'm doing, everything that I'm saying is based on education, now I'm looking at something that I have, which is my education, my actions, my thoughts, my responses are all based on my education. Now, what is this education? Well, that's what I have. That's an education. We all have it. When we acknowledge what we have and we start to acknowledge, are we, or ask ourselves, and as I said, it's more questions than it is answers. Am I what I have? And can I truly question that which I have? Well, what is it that I have? I've just stated it. I have an education. Am I my education? Am I what I have? My education has told me everything. Everything I speak of, everything that I can think of at this moment, it doesn't matter about the actions. Right now, I'm sitting down, I'm here, and I'm aware of everything that I've done, everything that I've said. I'm not doing what I've done. I'm not doing what I've said. I'm doing something completely different at this moment. But everything up to this moment is a memory of mine. That memory itself is based on my education, and any way that I interpret it is based on what I have, which is my education. So right this moment, I have what I'm using. I am using that which I have. What does my education tell me I have? What is it that I have that tells me that I have something? So I have an education. Now this education tells me, okay, so do you have a tomorrow, or does your education tell you you have a tomorrow? Do you have a yesterday, or does your education tell you you have a yesterday? What is it that you are now without using your education? For everything that you believe in, everything that you can state is in a dictionary, and that dictionary is your education. Are you what you have been told? Are you that now which is questioning, who am I? Because anything after who am I, and if you state it, I am, what will you say? For even the words I am, anything after that, which I have been told, is based on my education. Am I who I have been told? Or am I now that which is aware that I have been told everything that I believe, even to who I am? So who am I? Am I ABC? Or am I that which is aware of ABC and cannot associate to it? but is aware of it. Am I that which I have? I have A, B, C, or am I using that which I have? So if I'm using it, am I that which I use? How deep do you go? How much do you want to question of what you believe at this moment? To acknowledge a belief is to acknowledge what one knows, and one doesn't really know anything other than believes. And that belief is based on what one is told. Even what one believes one knows will always be based on what one believes, because it's always based on what one has been told. A, B, C. If you believe you are what you have, then that is all you are limited to. If you acknowledge what you have, then the walls can start coming down and one can look past what one believes and see for oneself that which one sees, not what one has been told to see. Is that you think you're looking with your eyes. That's what you believe. Your eyes might say that you see something, but the mind will interpret it based on what you've been told to interpret it. Do you realize that you are only in your mind at this moment? Or do you believe you're in reality? Do you really truly know what reality is? Or are you aware that this moment has already become a memory? How deep do you want to go? Is it just this language? People speak, oh, so many talkers out there. Dull. Dull. You're not Go past that which one believes. Dull. You have had many lives. All of you have. Dull. Iomat anonian. Many languages that one can speak. Many guides. Many ancestors. Be that which has had, not that which one is. For I have, as I am having, this experience. We have had many experiences. This is just another one. It is here now. Thou, but one cannot see, for one looks with that which one believes one is. Know that which be that which knows, not what you know. What you know is your deception, that which they have used to deceive you. Be present, aware of that which has passed, for that which is coming. Oh, thou, none are prepared for it, for none are aware of it. And only that which is not aware will be aware. Know that which you are not, and there you will see what you are not. And that itself will take off the blindfolds. Your education is your limitation. Go past that. It is not what you have been told, nor what is said now, but it is a guidance to what one is. Look within yourself. Do not believe what you've been told. And within there, thou, one will know oneself. Not because one has been told. Disagree with you. Education is the wall. The human experience is limited by education. To understand what the human is to go past one's belief, which is created by education. Education is the tool that one uses. One is not the tool. And to acknowledge what one is and what human truly represents is to acknowledge who it is that is human, not what one believes is human. For the belief of what a human is limiting one to acknowledge oneself. Yes, we are having a human experience, and that is very true. But to acknowledge that which is having the experience is not the human. Limitation only exists within the experience of the educated. The educated is what limits oneself. Go past that which one believes. The walls are only educated, and they only exist within one's mind. When one acknowledges what the mind is, again, not what one believes, one will acknowledge whether one is awake or asleep.
And in the dream, one will tell themselves that they are awake.
Within the story, one can experience many stories. There is one story. And everyone is a perspective, if you like, of that original story. When one can see one's own story and detach from that story and acknowledge the story, then one can see the other stories. Every story is the same. There's one painting. There's many different perspectives, many parts to the painting that we either focus on or we don't focus on. What part of the perspective or story is one holding on to, believing that that's what one is? The story is constantly unfolding. It will unfold. It will change as this second is changing, this moment is changing, everything is changing. But what is truly changing is one's perspective to what is unfolding. This moment will unfold. How does one see it? Either one's holding on to this moment, or one is aware of this moment and aware of this moment becoming that which it was. For now, it is a new moment already. Which moment is one holding on to? What second does one hold on to? For this second is a new second again. Each word I speak, each movement I make is a new second. What is one holding on to? Om. Nayo no kyo no matia-san ishada ayoma. Yomatisiya no kais it ich ano om. Om. The more we center ourselves, the more we let go of what we believe, the more one realizes for oneself. It is not about what one is to do, it is about what one is doing. As one acknowledges what is unfolding, one just acknowledges. One does not hold on to it. It's coming, it's come, it's gone. You say you want to know what the future is. Look, you'll see it now. But if you're waiting for a moment outside of this moment, you will be delusioned. For outside of this moment is within one's mind. Within this moment is acknowledging the mind, but one cannot see, for one is only looking with what one has been told. Can one be present? Can one allow this moment to just unfold? Acknowledge it for what it is and not hold on to it and say the next moment come. Or just acknowledge this moment and realize that this moment, each breath has already become past. It's already a memory. Every breath taken is past memory. Every inhale, memory. Every exhale, a memory now. What memory do you want to hold on to? Where every breath is a new breath, and that new breath becomes an old breath. Want to do it?
Can't. It's Twitch.
That's okay. It stays there.
So Emma paid it forward.
Yes, I'm aware of it. We still haven't got anyone.
No. Until we find someone, I'm taking it easy.
Yeah, you take it easy.
Oh, yeah.
Who's
Oh, I
here?
just ripped this a bit off. God, who can eat this? Licorice. Dear God.
I can eat that. I have no issues with licorice. I can eat licorice.
Yeah. Makes my teeth go black.
Mm-hmm. I think we just lost everyone.
If it was on yours, that was only Brooke.
Who it was?
Some food? What is this? What do you mean go and get some food, Emma? Okay. There's some on it. It is quiet.
It is. Yeah, I lost everyone. Oh.
The fridge. Just people remember. Throw out your microwave ovens. They actually take all the nutrients out of the food. Remember there. Yeah, I think Emma, I got rid of mine like a year and a half ago. Me and my brother got rid of the one in our kitchen. And didn't really make any difference.
Unless we go back to the old ways of cooking, everything is down the gurgler these days.
Oh, man. Oh, yeah. That's it. I better go and get a fire going in the backyard. Rub a couple of sticks together.
Fire. Look, flame. I'm saying when old ways. Let's get those new technologies in the sense of microwaves, all this fast cooking stuff. Go back to cooking in the oven. Go back to cooking stovetop. Go back to, yeah, have a barbecue. Get a fire going in the backyard. What can you cook on it? Go cook there. Take your time. Enjoy what you're cooking. This is a quick society. Everything's got to happen.
Oh,
Got
I'm gonna
to
make
eat
hummus
right
today.
now. Got to eat. Got to eat. Got to eat right now. Right now. Right now. And people look, oh, it's lunchtime. You know, the clock dictates. Oh yeah, the clock
That's
says
what
now it's time for me to go and eat.
That's what I keep telling my brother. He's like, he'll get like 9 o'clock at night, and then he'll be like, "Oh, I'm hungry," and then he'll go and get takeaway. And I'm like 3 o'clock in the afternoon, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm cooking dinner. I'm not even hungry, but I'll know I'll want something to eat later, so I'll get it
Do
ready.
you have a Do you have one of those wood ovens, Emma?
Old
Or is
school.
your stove your Panara got the stove top as well on it? You're one of those old ones. Who's here? You're here. Emma's here. Who else is here? No, I'm happy to stay here. Either this or I'll just go over to Discord and continue. Yeah, I know what you're speaking of. That's good. Great. Good on you. Don't have to rely on anything. You know, you can set yourself up with hot water through that. Get someone who knows how to do it, but get some copper piping around your flue and get your water running, cold water running through the copper piping. So when you've got your wood stove happening, the water will warm up as well. So you'll always have hot water while the stove is on. Get someone who knows how to do it and set it up for you. Copper piping, your flue. Perfect. Lovely. Very good. That's what you want. You want to get off grid as much as you can. Whatever you can. If you can just keep it to wood.
Wood
You got
stove.
other
I'm
means?
putting a bigger old one. Beautiful. Hot water system. I thought you would have been like had a cauldron, no, Emma?
Do you have alternative, Emma, before you disconnect it?
And I wonder how many bills they'll keep billing you for the connection after you disconnect. We'll be disconnecting the power soon. Well, it's been over 100 years since we've had free 0 point energy.
Careful with the solar. As all I say to you. Years ago, I looked into both of them. I am going back years now. There's probably alternatives. So we'll be looking at different alternatives to solar and wind. And again, depending on how much you use, and you'd be aware of all of that. And yes, I know that you'd be aware of what you're doing. It is basically the storage that you need to work on. And if you're going to go that way as well, make sure you get yourself a generator. Keep a Jenny nice and handy. Always a Jenny. Yeah, I know. I know. Hey, look, it's not, let's just change our terminology, just the wording. Uh, the more we become aware of it, the more we question it, the more we see it for what it is, and it's not our reality. So it's not that we're sick of it, it's just that we're acknowledging that it's not our reality. We've been living, again, you hear me speaking, I always say it, and it is because of how I see it. Um, we've been living an educated reality. It's called society, it's called collective. That's what we do, community, blah, blah. That's an educated reality. We're starting to realize that that reality is not our reality. It's not really assisting us. So we're looking at going back to how things were. Um, we can't go back to how things were, but there is many things that we are prevented from acknowledging. Okay, that's a very good point. Um, not playing the game anymore is when I speak, when you hear me saying where focus goes, energy grows. The less we focus on what is occurring in society and the more we're keeping our focus to ourselves, the more our energy comes back to us. Um, the less society means much to us. So we're just not giving it. Doesn't mean it's not occurring, doesn't mean society's not doing what they're doing. It's just that we're no longer giving it the attention that it requires. We're not paying attention. Hear the words? Exactly. So we don't pay attention to society anymore. It's happening. Yep, I can turn on the news, I can turn on the internet, jump on the computers and tell you exactly what's happening. I don't know that, I don't focus on it, I'm aware of it. I keep my focus to myself. The more I focus on myself, the more, again, where focus goes, energy grows. The more I keep my focus to me, the more the energy to me, the more I become aware of my surroundings. The more I become aware of my surroundings, that's present. I'm here, present moment. Things are happening that I need to deal with in present time, not in the mind. In my mind right now is society. I'm out of my mind. I'm out of society. I'm not focusing on society. I'm focusing here now, right this moment. Nothing. I don't know what's happening in society. I have no idea because my focus is not there. I can presume, I can talk to you about things that I have looked into, which is not right this moment, past tense, and go back into my mind. So again, we keep our focus present time. In this moment, this is what we're doing. We're eating, that's what we're focusing on. We're listening, that's what we're focusing on. This is what we're doing. And society can do exactly what it's doing. I have no idea. I know what I'm doing. This is where my focus is. They can do what they need to do.
I don't think society even has an idea what they're doing.
No, society, look, again, before we can observe, we are part of. What does society know? They get up in the morning, they go and do the 9 to 5, whatever that 9 to 5 is. Friday comes along, let's get drunk, let's have a party, let's have a barbecue, and let's hope Monday doesn't show up for us again. So constantly repeating themselves day in, day out, not looking into anything else. When we can step outside of it and observe it, now stepping outside of it, this is what's interesting. We don't step outside, we start to acknowledge where we are. This is the moment that we're in. We're not in our mind. We're not in society at this moment. We can either be speaking, and when we start to speak about situations or topics or stories, if you like, they're not happening at this moment. We're giving energy to that story. That story is what we're creating a reality of, and we'll experience it. When we're focusing on ourselves, we're not necessarily creating a story, but we're acknowledging what is occurring, and therefore we're acknowledging the story as it's unfolding. We don't judge it to be right. We don't judge it to be wrong. We're just in the present moment, and our focus is just on ourselves. What else is there? Unless you put your focus now on society and speak about things outside of yourself, there's only yourself in this moment and what is occurring right now.
So
So I'm just going to go with my experience. This is the part where you can also, by stating my experience, by acknowledging that you're having an experience, is to detach yourself from the experience. When you're acknowledging an experience, it's to be at that point of the acknowledgement, not the experience. So the observer observing the experience as it's unfolding, as it's occurring. Well, Emma, think about it. Right now, other than this conversation that we are having, what is occurring? It's the present moment, what you see has already happened. Everything you're seeing, everything you're doing has already happened. Each word I'm speaking is last word I've spoken. Can you be this present? Can you bring it right here to acknowledge this moment for what it is? This moment is unfolding. I do not know what is coming. I do not know what I will say. I am saying what I'm saying as I'm saying it, and it's already become a memory. It's in the mind now. Other than what's happening, as it's happening, the rest of it's in the mind. Can you go there?
I gotta go soon.
Say?
I gotta go soon. I got stuff to do.
Cool. There's, yeah. Well, there's 4. You can come and join me over into Discord. Hmm.
Car fixing. Putting on flared guards onto my brother's Ford Ranger.
Why? Is it getting wider tires?
It's my brother. Need I explain more?
No.
Yeah, they're too soft, Emma. Ignore them.
No, they require attention. Yeah, we all have start to see things for what they are at times, and at times, yeah, it's easier to just not say certain things. To say them. We create a reality, and when we acknowledge it, we are responsible for the reality that we have created. So we take care of it accordingly. We all are on a journey, and everyone has a particular journey that they're on.
Well, thank you for
Oh,
joining
there
us
you
the last
go.
half of the Stathi and Emma show. So, does anyone require anything?
Time to call it quits. And go.
It's been 4 hours.
It has been 4 hours. That's it. I'm not doing anything. Outdoors is where I'd like to be, but I won't be outdoors at this moment. But I've got a couple of things out there, but I can't do them. I'm using every excuse not to go out into the rain at this moment.
And Loretta, your little reading says, get out of, you're always looking towards the future, never present in the moment. Says the middle cards, be here now. Says you're going to be present, present, present. But the first card says you're always worrying about the future, how things are going to be. Says, this reading says, get out of your head, become present, and stop worrying about the future. The future will unfold however the future unfolds. Until then, you'll just be going from one extreme to the other, one worry to the other. Okay? We do this to ourselves. So, Loretta, become present. Stop worrying about the future. Worry about the now. The future will take care of itself. There's your little reading. Okay. Anything else?
I have nothing. Loretta's been listening in. I'll only respond accordingly.
Who told you about the 5D? Want to go to the 5D? About getting the 3D right. The 5D is the heart space. Go to the heart space.
Unless one expands one's consciousness, 5D just is that, 5D. What is 5D? How would you get to 5D? What does 5D represent?
Thanks,
If you
Loretta.
can't
Now
see
we've
where
got
you are,
another half an hour.
if you can't see where you are right this moment, acknowledge things for what they are. You see, we keep speaking about going somewhere else, but why do we want to go somewhere else? Everyone seems to want to be going somewhere else.
Yeah,
Well, I've come
surely we would
somewhere,
have.
I've come from here, and I've come from there, and I'm from here. Well, if I'll say this, and this goes to all who consider themselves to be something that has come to this place. If you are not of the earth, you do not belong here. Time for you to leave. End of story.
And on that note, I think it's time for us to leave.
There you go.
Been here long enough. Okay, I'll try to go live another time, people, and we'll fix you up, Emma.
Till next time.
Love you all. Have a good one.
Guru.
Stay out of your heads and get into your heart.
We'll be over Discord. Look, I'm around. Discord's there, so if I'm there, drop in, say hello. I can take it different places. Uru, till next time. Thanks for being here, guys.
That's it. We had a whole, and we didn't even, this episode, we didn't even. We didn't even ban Cindy.
I did earlier.
Did you? Okay. So we did ban her.
Yeah, we did ban her.
Okay. See you, everyone.
Bye.
Bye, ban Cindy.